the best and most dominant version of Charles was actually in Philly, as he was at his peak athletically and was a terrifying
going down Mayo. Approaching. Green came low, Duncan on top. The foul on Duncan, number 3.
2 plays ago, you can't tell me Redick is not feeling it. The dribble, the pump fake off the dribble, knocking that down. You have to love that. Then on the other end, look at this. This is 2 big boys. Yeah, they're the smallest guys on the court, but 2 big-hearted guards right there going at it inside.
They just changed the foul. It is off of Duncan. It is on Green. It is Green's 4th. At the line is Griffin. Witness the redefinition of hero ball. It's not just the little things, it's the right things. The NBA playoffs continue Monday. Chicago at Cleveland, Clippers or Spurs at Houston. A couple of game ones, Monday, 7 o'clock, TNT. From the line, Griffin 9 of 10. 7 in the 4th. Griffin at 24. Diaw on a screen and it evaporated. Paul goes through it, got on Parker, now back to Boris Diaw, carving his way into Barnes. Picked up inside Green once, twice, a 3rd time Duncan! Got it! And a foul inside on the Clippers. 3:11 to go. The perseverance right there. And San Antonio by 1.
It's so frantic inside the paint right there. Matt Barnes trying to make sure he gets his hand on everything. Look at him. He keeps his hand up, but here, you're just fighting for it. It's just a scrum inside it. Matt gets another block. Look, another block right there, but you just have to love the persistence of both teams. But fortunately, if you're a San Antonio Spurs fan, they knocked it down.
Griffin got the foul. Another offensive rebound. Pulled down by Diaw. Approaching 3 to play. Spurs by 1.
Yeah, we talked about those 50-50 balls at the beginning of the game as an indicator as to who was more involved in this game. Both teams right now going at it.
They double Diaw. Parker in the corner, 3. Tipped up Leonard. Got it. Back up and in. And San Antonio by 3. 2:44 to go.
How did Kawhi get that rebound? It looked like he just stretched out of nowhere to go secure the board.
He's got 10. Griffin. Paul.
Oh, Russell goes out. Russell.
The sport we all know today. Well, this is the first basketball hoop in 1891, a peach basket. On a side note though, I'm easily dropping a 50 piece on her. I know she can't guard me, and if James tries to step up, I'm dunking on him too. Joking. But 7 years later, the first professional basketball league was introduced, the NBL. That was in 1898. And then 48 years after that, 1946, the league we all know and love today, the NBA was introduced. The first season, 11 teams. The Capitals, Warriors, Knicks, Steamrollers, Celtics, Huskies, Stags, Bombers, Rebels, Falcons, and Ironmen. The name Ironman is so hard, how'd that not stick around? But this is the first game in NBA history. Between the Knicks and Huskies, shout out to Ozzie Shetman, the guy who got the first bucket in NBA history.
It was a great feeling. That was, open the league, scored the first 2 points. I got a charge out of that.
The first years in the NBA fluctuated with teams, dropping down to 8 in the second season, then picking back up to 12 in the third. Your first NBA champions were the Warriors, Bullets, and Lakers. In 1954, the shot clock was introduced, the 24-second one we use today. Here's the first player you're going to know of though. The first MVP was introduced into the NBA in 1956. The first guy to take it home, Atlanta Hawks legend Bob Pettit. But that offseason was one of the most important in NBA history. We're now looking at April 30th, 1956. New York City, the Rochester Royals hold the first pick in the NBA draft. They drafted their guy, Cy Green. And now the St. Louis Hawks are on the clock. On the board, University of San Francisco center, Bill Russell. And that's who they drafted. And then immediately flipped him to the Celtics. One of the worst trades in NBA history we don't talk about. Here's the video of Bill Russell being drafted. Joking. You actually thought there was going to be footage of Bill Russell being drafted 600 years ago. But for real though, not only was that offseason one of the most important in NBA history, that season was too, and here's why. To end the season, Celtics guard Bob Cousy took home the second annual NBA MVP. Skip a few more months and the Celtics found themselves in the finals against the Hawks, the first MVP versus the second. Bob Pettit versus Bob Cousy. And in 7, the Celtics took home their first NBA championship, the beginning of the Bill Russell dynasty. But although they'd have that ridiculous championship run, they wouldn't win the next season. Bob Pettit took home his one career championship. But want to know how different basketball was than it is now? In 1959, dribbling was introduced. Yes, dribbling. The ball wasn't allowed to touch the floor unless it was a bounce pass back then. But with dribbling, the game was changing, and two guys who were really good at dribbling, Bill Russell and Bob Cousy. Real quick though, I don't care if you're 5, 20, or 60 years old. If you don't love Bill Russell, you're not a basketball fan.
I would kick your ass.
Guy's a legend. But this season as well, there was a new team emerging. And that was because of one guy, Elgin Baylor, one of the league's all-time buckets. Even though I might drop 90 on Bob Pettit's head, I mean, he literally didn't dribble to start his career. Elgin Baylor is giving me the work. Joking. Bob Pettit's like 6'9". I'm 5'11" on a good day. Like an extremely good day. But anyway, in the season Bob Pettit got his second MVP, the Celtics got their second championship, the start of a really ridiculous championship run. If you know, you know. If you don't, well, you'll see in a minute. But we gotta look at the next offseason though, because something really important in NBA history happened. This guy was drafted, Will Chamberlain. I don't know if you know anything about Will Chamberlain. Well, in a nutshell, he was really good at basketball, but he was only 5'11".
I'm taller than everybody that comes on this show, then you've just thrown the whole curve off. How tall are you exactly?
5'11" and a half.
Oh,
No,
now
really.
I'm really depressed.
It's a big half. That last half is a big half.
Will was drafted to the Philadelphia Warriors. If you're curious how good his rookie season was, he averaged 37.6 points and 27 rebounds in his rookie season. And he won MVP. But although he had a great individual talent, the Celtics were still the best team in the league. And they won their second ring in a row, but the league was changing at this point. The Minneapolis Lakers moved to Los Angeles. There were some exciting players in the NBA. Will Chamberlain, Elgin Baylor, Oscar Robertson, everyone on the Celtics. The Lakers just drafted a guy named Jerry West. They really made a whole guy after the logo. Bad joke. On a real note though, I didn't know Oscar Robertson and Jerry West were in the same draft class. How do we never bring that up when we talk about the best draft classes? 1960 NBA draft. Oscar Robertson, Jerry West. Bro, and they had Darrell Imhoff. I don't know who Darrell Imhoff is. Okay, yeah. 5 points per game, plumber stats. But Oscar Robertson would go on to take home the Rookie of the Year, Bill Russell won his second MVP, and the Boston Celtics won their third straight championship.
They clinched the series 4 games to 1 with a winning score of 121 to 112. Watch Cousy stop exhausted as the final buzzer sounds. The price for the all-out play that brings the Celtics their third straight title.
We're now in 1962. In my opinion, the most impressive single season in NBA history. Will Chamberlain, he averaged 50.4 points per game. Yes, you heard that right. 50.4, 25.7 rebounds. But the most impressive number, he averaged 48.5 minutes per game. There's only 48 minutes in a basketball game. He played every single game plus overtime and others. Absolutely absurd. A record I guarantee will never be broken. And although he did all that this season, we gotta look at one day specifically. That would be March 2nd, 1962. Against the New York Knicks, you know what happened. Will Chamberlain scored 100 points. There's no footage of the game, but there is radio coverage of it. I'll play it. If you want to skip over it, right here's the number on the screen is the timestamp it ends at, but here it is.
With the ball down the right side, passes to Chamberlain, he's open, he shoots, he scores. 167 to 145. He has 98. Chamberlain steals the inbound pass. Shoot. No good. Johnny Green has it. Down to Guerin. Chamberlain stole the inbound pass and took a shot at within and out. New York with the ball. Into the backcourt now to Cleveland Buckner. Back to Guerin. They're not taking the shots. They're eating upside. Guerin is fouled by Luxembourg. 1 minute and 1 second to play. Chamberlain has 98. He can make it easily. The Warriors are going to take time out, I believe. Guerin's on the line. The Warriors now are within 6 points of the all-time league record for most points in a regulation game, which is 173. Boy, records are busted out all over. Discussion now in the lane between referee Willie Smith, Richie Guerin, and Joe Rucklick. Guerin, who's really jabbering, I don't know what he's arguing about. That's 29 in this quarter. That sets a new league record for a quarter for one man. The individual record for a quarter, 29, just broken by Chamberlain. That's his own record. It was 28. Guerin on the foul line misses. 1 minute and 1 second to play. He has 98 points in professional basketball. I'll tell you, that's a lot of points if you're playing grammar school kids, isn't it? Guerin misses another. He's on the line again. Here it is. It's up. It's good. 167 to 146. Now let's see if they found somebody quick. Rogers throws long to Chamberlain. He's got it. He's trying to get up. He shoots. No good. The rebound, Luckenbill. Back to Chamberlain. He shoots up. No good. In and out. The rebound, Luckenbill. Back to Rucklick. Into Chamberlain. He made it. He made it. A zipper dunk. He made it. The fans are all over the floor. They stopped the game. People are running out on the court. 100 points for Wilt Chamberlain. They stopped the game. People are crowding, pounding him, banging him. The Warrior players are all over him. Fans are coming out of the stands. 46 seconds left. The most amazing scoring performance of all time. 100 points for the Big Zipper.
Although Wilt did all that, there were other records being broken. The first triple-double average in an NBA season, Oscar Robertson, and even though Wilt and Robertson did all that, Bill Russell still won MVP, and the Celtics kept rolling. Their 4th straight championship, and then they'd win their 5th after that, and then a 6th versus the newly moved San Francisco Warriors, and the season after that, the San Francisco Warriors felt they reached their peak with Wilt Chamberlain, and they shipped them to Philadelphia. Well, not the Philadelphia Warriors anymore, but the Philadelphia 76ers. Here's an ESPN Classics on the Wilt trade.
In 1962, the Warriors moved to San Francisco, where for the next 2.5 seasons, Chamberlain stayed atop the scoring and rebounding charts. Meanwhile, the Syracuse Nationals moved to Philadelphia and were renamed the 76ers. In January of 1965, Wilt would resume his on-again, off-again relationship with the city of brotherly love.
When the trade was made to bring him back to Philadelphia from San Francisco, I mean, the media just went crazy. I mean, he was like, for a couple of weeks, it was the #1 front page story in the city.
So are you happy or sad about it? Mixed emotions. Actually, I'll be like Tony Bennett leaving my heart here in San Francisco because I fell in love with the city.
Although Wilt was now in the Boston Celtics division, it didn't matter for the Celtics. They found themselves back in the NBA Finals, but to get to the Finals, we had one of the greatest calls in NBA history. In Game 7 in the 1965 Eastern Conference Finals, Celtics vs. Sixers, John Havlicek did this.
Boston only has a 1-point lead. Greer's putting the ball on a play. He gets it out deep, and Havlicek steals it. Over the sand throws. Havlicek stole the ball. It's all over. It's all over. Johnny Havlicek is being mobbed by the fans. Bill Russell wants to grab Havlicek. He hugs him. He squeezes John Havlicek. The Celtics win it. 1-10.
Havlicek stole the ball. Of course, the Celtics would win their 7th straight championship, and then they'd won their 8th after that, again, defeating the Lakers in the finals, 8 championships in a row, 9th championship in 10 years.
That's it! The game is over, and John Havlicek is running for his life. And Bill Russell.
8 straight World Championships certainly is an unbelievable feat.
But for real though, that offseason, we got a new NBA team. It's one you might have heard before, the Chicago Bulls, out of, well, Chicago. But in the NBA, Wilt Chamberlain was having so much success for himself. I mean, he won another MVP this season. The thing is, he couldn't get past the Celtics in the playoffs though. That's until he met them in the conference finals this season, 4-1 Sixers. The finals, Wilt Chamberlain versus old team, the Warriors, 4-2 Sixers. Wilt Chamberlain wins his first NBA championship.
But Chamberlain, the Big Dipper, makes the big difference. The Warriors had a 6-point lead at the half and still led by 5 into the final period, even scoring on Chamberlain's height by lobbing shots over him. But Philadelphia, uncorking behind-the-back passes, showed flash and accuracy, with Cunningham netting 10 points in the final frame. The 76ers win by 3 points, the glory and the NBA title all theirs.
Did ChatGPT just commentate that game? But for real though, finally, Wilt Chamberlain wins the championship he so desperately coveted. Shout out Mike Breen. But the NBA was really growing at this point, like really fast. I mean, already 2 more expansion teams this offseason once again, the Seattle Supersonics and the San Diego Rockets. And now a 12-team league, for the first time this season, played an 82-game season we have nowadays. But also this time, there was another league created, the NBA Competing League, the ABA. And there were NBA stars going to the ABA, guys like Rick Barry. But for the NBA, there was something really special that happened. The Celtics were back in the finals and won their 10th championship. Okay, ready? Question 1, who was the Celtics starting center this season? Obviously, Bill Russell. Question 2 though, who was the Celtics head coach this season? Well, it was Bill Russell. The guy won a championship as a player coach, and the funniest part, he didn't sub himself out the entire finals. Honestly, I can't even blame him, that's hilarious. But heading into the offseason, Wilt Chamberlain, coming off an MVP season, he was traded once again. This time to the Los Angeles Lakers, the Boston Celtics rival team. And now you have the 2 best centers in the NBA on rival squads. But when I talk about the best centers in the NBA this season, I can't leave out Wes Unseld from the Washington Bullets. The guy won MVP in his rookie season. And for the NBA overall, there were 2 more expansion teams once again, this time the Phoenix Suns and Milwaukee Bucks. I just realized that they played each other in the finals a couple years ago and came into the league in the same season. Kinda crazy. But we did get our Lakers-Celtics Russell Chamberlain finals matchup, which included this Sam Jones game winner in Game 4.
The Lakers have a point lead with 7 seconds. Nelson comes in and Bill Russell goes out. Russell goes out of the game and Nelson will play center. How will they run it? Let's see. It goes out of bounds and it comes into Havlicek. The clock is moving. 5 seconds. To Sam. His 20-foot jumper. Good! 1 second.
Well, the Celtics of course end up winning their 11th championship, but Jerry West was actually the finals MVP, the only finals MVP ever from a losing team. Honestly, if I was Jerry West, I wouldn't even want that. But just 3 months after winning the championship once again, Bill Russell announced his retirement. 13 seasons, 11 championships, one of the greatest players that ever played the game of basketball. And now that Russell was retired, the league was once again open for anyone. And that leads us to the 1969-1970 season. The expansion team from last year, they now have this new rookie. I think his name is like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar or something. I think he's pretty good. But as the Celtics record plummeted without Russell, there was a new team in the East on the rise. That's the New York Knicks. And the Knicks found themselves in the finals this season versus Wilt Chamberlain, Jerry West, and the Los Angeles Lakers. And on a broken leg in Game 7, not one person thought he was going to play, but Willis Reed came back and Madison Square Garden erupted.
I think we see Willis coming out.
Here comes Willis, and the crowd is going wild. Arnett to Reed on the forecourt, right side from 20, jumps, yes! Willis has hit on his first 2. He bullets one down court that is intercepted by the Busher. Fast break for the next. The Busher on the drive. Leads Reardon, driving shot is good.
The Knicks would go on to win the championship and bring the first ring to New York. But although the Knicks had Walt Frazier and Willis Reed, there was a new duo in the East that just formed, Oscar Robertson and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. And of course, who's stopping them? They went on to win the 71 championship, and then we had a rematch in Knicks-Lakers the following year. And finally, after years, Jerry West got that ring after losing in like 1,200 finals. So after losing, the Knicks knew they needed to add a little more to take home a second championship, and that's when they added Earl Monroe to the squad. And of course, Walt Frazier, Earl Monroe, Willis Reed, no one's stopping that. And another Knicks-Lakers rematch, the Knicks won their second ring in 4 years, and after losing the championship for the 3rd time, Wilt Chamberlain called it a career in '73, and that was it. The 2 greatest NBA players of all time at the time were officially retired.
Went to a barbershop or any place where fans gathered, they always debated one question. Who was better, Bill Russell or Wilt Chamberlain? Now, as a fan, I've been contemplating that argument my entire life. There's no way to decide because they were both such great players, and we're honored to have them with us today, Bill Russell and Wilt Chamberlain.
You didn't say that. You distinctly said that you thought that I had the edge. Because they were so good and he was so good that you wanted to be able to do good enough that at least you can come and say, well, at least I got 40. You know, well, at least I got 30. We only lost about 20, but at least I got 40. So I kind of did my job. You know. So, you know, but I can remember when I used to shoot a hook shot on Bill right here, he would go, are you kidding me? Like I wasn't supposed to take a hook shot, you know, instead of have or whatever.
I'd take about 8 more of those, okay?
Were you friends?
Yes.
Very much.
See, I was a couple of years ahead of him. When I was a senior, he was a freshman. And in those days, the NBA was really an extended family.
I mean, he'd come past my house on Thanksgiving because we played Philly, Boston all the time, sleep in my bed, eat the food, sleep in my bed, and go out there and whip my butt. You understand? And my mother would say, no, Will, we shouldn't feed Bill so well the next time. You know, whatever. But yeah, well, okay, right. We're gonna do something about that. You understand? So, I mean, but that's the way it was.
Bill Russell's laugh is so funny, man. But it wasn't just Russell and Chamberlain. The next season would be the final seasons for Jerry West and Oscar Robertson as well, so we were entering a new era in the NBA, the Kareem Abdul-Jabbar era. But although Kareem took home the MVP this season, the Celtics weren't letting the league change yet. They still had John Havlicek, and in 7 games, they beat the Milwaukee Bucks in the finals. Okay, so now no Russell, Chamberlain, Oscar, or Jerry West, and Rick Barry back in the NBA, and because that's the case, the NBA Finals in 1975 had 2 new characters unlocked, people we haven't talked about yet, the Warriors and the Bullets. Rick Barry versus Wes Unseld. And this wasn't even close, the Warriors swept, and the next season, the Milwaukee Bucks did something extremely stupid. They traded Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Sometime tomorrow, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar will officially become a member of the Los Angeles Lakers. Confirming our exclusive report here of 16 days ago, the Lakers will announce that they have acquired the 28-year-old former UCLA star in exchange for center Elmore Smith, forward guard Brian Winters, and Los Angeles' top 2 draft choices of this year, UCLA's David Myers and Junior Bridgman of Louisville. The holdup in the contract talks was the one involving Dave Myers. He's represented by Larry Fleischer, who's the head of the NBA Players Association. Fleischer has finally worked out a deal that will pay Myers $1.5 million over the next 5 years and provide a no-cut contract as well. The players in the NBA, especially the forwards, are going to be very upset to learn that Mr. Fleischer is now involved in that kind of a deal when players like Rick Barry and Bob Love, for instance, aren't making that kind of money. The Lakers lost 52 of 82 games this past season, and to come back, the front office believes they need a superstar like Jabbar to get them started.
What a terrible package, man. I mean, at least if you're going to trade him, get back like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and 1,000 draft picks. And guess what? Kareem won MVP this season. I'm sure the Bucks instantly regretted that, but it didn't really matter because once again, the Boston Celtics won the NBA championship. But the following offseason, this is where the NBA would change forever. The rival league I was talking about earlier, well, it fell apart and a bunch of those teams joined the NBA. Some teams you know today, the Nets, at the time the New York Nets, the Indiana Pacers, the Denver Nuggets, and the San Antonio Spurs. And that's where Dr. J would become a Philadelphia 76er. But now, we were looking at a 22-team league, a rapidly expanding league, and out of those 22 teams, the one team no one was talking about was the Portland Trail Blazers. I mean, they sucked. But in 1977, they exploded, and they went on to win their first championship led by legendary commentator Bill Walton, a true professional yapper.
The way it usually does when Huskies and Bears get together. You ever seen Huskies and Bears fight? Because usually what happens when that happens is that the dogs come in and they nip and tuck around the Bears, who just kind of stand there and look around, and then eventually the Bears get tired of these little antagonistic Huskies. So the Bears, they just come and they just smash the Huskies. And that's what's happened right now. What are you talking about? I'm talking about Bears and Huskies, the matchup that we have tonight. And did you know that Grizzly Bears, which used to be predominant here in Southern California, they left millenniums ago. That's a long, long time ago. But in 1933, California's Department of Fish and Wildlife, they brought 27 bears from Yosemite to Los Angeles. And ever since, the San Gabriels and the San Bernardino Mountains, they've got a significant bear population.
It's a fascinating story. Meanwhile, Thomas Welsh.
It's more fascinating than those timeouts. More fascinating than that foul.
That's the first.
I need someone to explain that story to me, please. Well, Bill Walton would actually go on to win the MVP next season, but the Blazers got eliminated in the second round, and that left us with the Washington vs. Seattle finals matchup. The Wizards took it in 7, but now we're in a new era, because that offseason, this happened.
Now the Boston Celtics made history today, signing Larry Bird, the college All-American from French Lick, Indiana. The new instant millionaire is a 6'9" basketball player from Indiana State. Bird's starting pay will be $650,000 a year. Sports director Roger Twibell has more details on the signing and the reaction it spawned.
We're getting to the more exciting times. Larry Bird is now in the NBA, but the Celtics weren't threats yet. Larry Bird didn't play that season, and for the first time in 1979, the Seattle Supersonics won an NBA championship. But that brings us to the 97-80 season. Larry Bird was ready to play in the league, and other than Larry Bird, there was another rookie taking over the league.
On the eve of his very first game, I would not impose upon any rookie in all of professional sports to talk to you. But I want you to know that this man has a smile that lights up a television screen from here to Bangor, Maine. His name is Magic Johnson, and Magic, it's a delight to have you aboard in the NBA.
Thank you. I'm very excited to start my first game, and I think our team is ready, and it's going to be a great season for the Los Angeles Lakers.
But besides Larry and Magic joining, there was an even more major factor this season, the three-point line. It was added to the NBA for the first time, but this season, the Lakers advanced to the finals. Kareem Ashley got hurt in the finals, and Lakers point guard rookie Magic Johnson was the starting center in the NBA finals. And of course, the Lakers beat the Sixers in 6, and Magic Johnson won finals MVP in his rookie season, but that was just the beginning of the Magic Bird era. That offseason, the Celtics traded for Robert Parrish and drafted Kevin McHale, and you know what that means. 1981, Celtics, NBA champions, plus Larry Bird had one of the greatest shots ever in the finals.
Then this, an absolutely breathtaking flying follow-up of his own missed 20-footer by who else? Larry Bird.
Larry Bird.
Red Auerbach called this the greatest play I've ever seen.
I want the ball because I'm supposed to produce in situations. Sometimes I do and sometimes I don't, but I want the ball in a crucial situation.
Although the Celtics were a powerhouse, so were the Lakers, and the Lakers came right back and won the 82 championship, Magic Johnson and Kareem Abdul adding to their ring collection. But that offseason, the already multiple-time MVP, Moses Malone, he was headed into free agency, and the 76ers saw their chance to find Dr. J his running mate, and that's exactly what they did. Dr. J and Moses Malone were a new duo formed in Philly, and with 56 wins, a third MVP now for Moses Malone, the 76ers swept the Lakers in the championship to give Dr. J his first NBA championship. Low-key, one of the best NBA teams ever, the 83 Philadelphia 76ers. If you know both, you know. But the next season is where we saw a rule change we still use today. 8 teams per conference in the playoffs, no more first-round byes for the top teams. This ain't the NFL, but these were best-of-5 series. We know they're best-of-7 today. Well, we'll get to that soon. But also this offseason, Larry O'Brien retired, and taking his place, everyone's favorite commissioner, David Stern, the guy who robbed CP3 of a ring later down the road. I'm joking. Stern was a solid commissioner for the NBA, but an important date in this season, April 5th, 1984, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar passes Will Chamberlain to become the league's all-time leading scorer.
Magic looks. It says to Kareem, come on down here, big fella, put in a chair. The crowd stands for Kareem to get the ball. Everybody's waving their arms. It's into Kareem. Kareem swing left, right hand, 12-footer, good! The pictures tell the words. They love their captain. They love their leader. And suffice to say, ladies and gentlemen, the new king of scoring has ascended his throne. His mama, his father. What an emotional moment. And the kind of a shot that I dreamed about for 3 weeks that he would make, Pete, the hook shot. This man has accomplished something that I don't believe, and I mean this sincerely, I don't think this will ever happen again.
The Lakers were good this season, but so were the Celtics, and for the first time in this season, Magic Johnson and Larry Bird met in the NBA Finals. The Celtics won at 7, and Larry Bird tied it at 2 rings apiece for him and Magic. They've each been in the league for 5 years and each have 2 rings. That's just stupid. But that offseason, we talked about the most important moments so far, but there is none more important than this.
The Chicago Bulls pick Michael Jordan of the University of North Carolina. The next pick goes to the Dallas Mavericks.
So Michael Jordan, who right now is in Bloomington getting ready for the upcoming Olympics, and this man is a can't miss at whether a guard spot or the forward at 6'6", 195 pounds, comes out after his junior season from North Carolina.
And you know, he makes them when they count. He can do it in traffic. He can do it under tremendous control. He's a great, great creator. In the mold of a Dr. J. Not as big, but he's in that class, and I think he's going to make a great, great player. He's what you call the people's player. People love to see this young man perform. And he's going to help my boy Kevin Locker an awful lot out there.
And there's no question that Michael Jordan will step right in. He is star material, a great shooter, superb athletic ability. There are many teams who are trying to pry away that third pick and Michael Jordan from Chicago. But Jordan now joins Watley, Wiggins, and Daly in Chicago.
Michael Jordan is officially in the NBA now, and that was a stacked draft class too. Hakeem, Stockton, Barkley, Jordan. I mean, doesn't get much better than that. Also that offseason though, the Clippers moved from San Diego to Los Angeles to join the Lakers, but the Lakers were a powerhouse still, and we got a Lakers-Celtics final matchup again. This time though, the Lakers won it, and for the second time in NBA history, the Celtics lost in the finals.
The Lakers are winning it. 3 in 6 years. LA comes to Boston and wins the world title.
That offseason, the Kings relocated to Sacramento, the draft lottery system was implemented, and you know they froze those Knicks envelopes for Patrick Ewing, and a 5'7" guy won the dunk contest.
Palm the ball.
But for the elite teams, it was still the Celtics, and the Celtics found themselves matched up with a new opponent in the finals this time. Sophomore Hakeem Olajuwon and the Houston Rockets, but ultimately, the Celtics took it in 6, but the next season, we were entering a new time frame. The Michael Jordan timeline was starting, and he averaged 37.1 points per game this season. But as great as MJ was, it was still the Lakers and Celtics league, and they found themselves matched up in the finals once again, ending with one of the most legendary plays of all time.
In the game's final moments, Johnson would find himself not only with the ball, but also with the chance to put an end to the decade's most compelling rivalry.
To the left goes Magic. He's got it. He didn't shoot it. 5 seconds left. Magic down the middle, just what I thought. A hook shot at 12.
The Lakers were a powerhouse, so much so, they went back-to-back, winning it all again in '88 in a 7-game series with the Pistons, and the season after that, 2 more teams were added to the NBA, the Charlotte Hornets and the Miami Heat. But again, we had a Pistons-Lakers finals matchup. This time, it was a sweep in the Pistons' favor. The Detroit Pistons, Isaiah Thomas, and the rest of the squad won their first NBA championship, but right after getting swept, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar called it a career. The NBA's all-time leading scorer, a 6-time MVP, a 6-time champion, the guy most people saw as the greatest ever at this point in time. And also that offseason, 2 more teams, the Minnesota Timberwolves and Orlando Magic. But the Pistons were still the league's powerhouse. They found themselves matched up against the Trailblazers in the finals, 4-1, Detroit Pistons.
90-90, game 5 of the finals.
Rodman gets it into Isaiah with 19. Isaiah taking his time, directing traffic. They spread things out along the baseline. Isaiah watching that clock work down with 10. Isaiah's going to go 1-on-1 on Porter. A little shake and bake. Right side pass to Vinnie Johnson with 3.
DJ against Kersey.
Vinnie puts up a 14-footer.
It's unbelievable, George, that shot. What guts? What guts? It's 92-90. The microwave scores with 0.7 seconds left in the game.
The microwave. Never heard that name before. But it's now 1991. It's officially the Michael Jordan era. Winning his 4th straight scoring title, already an NBA MVP, then fast forward to the NBA Finals, we got one of the greatest matchups in Finals history, Michael Jordan versus Magic Johnson. And of course, the Bulls won it at 5, and Michael Jordan won his first NBA championship.
portion of this foreign crowd as they try to get back to their locker room. For the Lakers, a different story.
Here we are with Michael, surrounded by his mom and his dad and wife. Under the hat, that wasn't fair, but I'm covered with champagne. I can hardly see. Michael, what does it mean to you?
It means so much. I mean, not just for me, but for the team and for the whole city. It's been a 7-year struggle. I mean, when I first got into Chicago, we started at the bottom, and every year we just worked harder and harder until we got to it. And, you know, it's so gratifying. You know, I'm appreciated so long in my life, you know, for my family, for my kids, everything. It's the most proud day I've ever had.
We read that when they broached the subject of the I'm going to Disney World commercial to you, you said only if all my teammates are involved.
Yeah, I wanted that to happen, you know, for them. You know, they deserve it. Whatever I get, whatever financial situation I get from that, I'm gonna spread it amongst the team. I didn't want it. I want the team to have it. I want everybody to prosper from this whole event. You know, it took a team to get to this point.
Is there a sense of completeness and fulfillment for you now that might not have been there for all your other achievements before?
Well, I wanted to get here. If I never got here, I would never been disappointed about my career. But you know, it caps it off. You know, it means a lot to me. It means a lot to the city. I'm just happy that I was able to be a part of history in the city of Chicago.
But right after losing in the finals, Magic Johnson found that he had AIDS, and he had to immediately retire from basketball, news that has shocked the whole world.
Because of the HIV virus that I have attained, I will have to retire from the Lakers today.
But on the court, of course, it was still the Chicago Bulls dominating the NBA and winning their second straight championship, and then their third straight in the first NBA season with Larry Bird now retired, and the finals win against the Suns completed the three-peat for Michael Jordan. But as we all know, right after winning 3 in a row, Michael Jordan announced his NBA retirement.
I think everyone knows exactly what the circumstances are right now in terms of my decision not to play the game of basketball in the NBA. Doesn't mean I'm not going to play basketball somewhere else, but I've talked to all my confidants, my family, my friends, as Jerry has just informed you, to the organization. I even talked to David Stern as of yesterday and even today, and I'm very solid with my decision of not to play the game of basketball in the NBA. Reasoning being, I've heard a lot of different speculations about my reasons for not playing, but I've always stressed to people that have known me and the media that has followed me that when I lose the sense of motivation and the sense of to prove something as a basketball player, it's time for me to move away from the game of basketball. It's not because I don't love the game. I love the game of basketball, I always will. I just feel that at this particular time in my career, I've reached the pinnacle of my career. I've achieved a lot in that short amount of time, if you want to call it short. But I just feel that I don't have anything else for myself to prove.
I'm not going to get too into this. There's a lot of people who say this was a punishment for the league for gambling. You know, Jordan Gamble, as Twitter trolls call him. But now with Michael Jordan retired, it was anyone's league. And the guy who took complete control of that, Hakeem Olajuwon, winning MVP, Defensive Player of the Year, and his first NBA championship all in the same season. But for some reason the next season, the Rockets didn't look that good to start off the season. That was until they traded for Clyde Drexler. Oh yeah, and guess who's back? Guess baseball wasn't really your thing, MJ. But Jordan was still a little rusty, and Hakeem and Drexler were fully clicking, and that's where they met Shaquille O'Neal and the Orlando Magic in the NBA Finals. But for the Rockets, a 4-0 sweep for their second championship in a row, but the NBA was still expanding. This time, 2 new Canadian teams, the Toronto Raptors and Vancouver Grizzlies. That season, Hakeem became the all-time leader in blocks, Stockton in assists and steals, Magic Johnson came back and played a few games for the Lakers, but the Bulls, 72-10, he won his 8th scoring title, he won MVP again. The Bulls ran through the playoffs, winning their 4th championship in 6 seasons. That offseason though, after the Bulls' 4th ring, there was a really important draft class. Allen Iverson, Steve Nash, Ray Allen, and oh yeah, this guy.
With the 13th pick in the 1996 NBA Draft, the Charlotte Hornets select Kobe Bryant from Lower Merion High School in Pennsylvania.
But the Hornets stupidly did something and traded Kobe to the Lakers. And the Lakers also did this.
Simple economic theory. If there is demand for a product, the price of the product goes up. If a bidding war ensues, the price of the product goes way, way up. And that brings us to Shaquille O'Neal. Orlando wants him. The Lakers want him. The Tampa Tribune reports that Shaq turned down a 7-year, $119 million deal from the Magic, and ESPN has learned that the Lakers can now offer Shaq over $120 million. Lakers GM Jerry West is set to meet tonight with Shaq's agent Leonard Armato.
Now Shaquille O'Neal will end up making more money than Alonzo Mourning and Juwan Howard, but at this rate he could be making their salaries combined. The Tampa Tribune reports the Lakers are now prepared to offer O'Neal a 7-year deal worth just over $117 million, and they could go as high as $140 million if they renounce the rights to Eldon Campbell. Laker GM Jerry West met with Shaq's agent Wednesday in Atlanta. O'Neal, in Atlanta with the Dream Team, of course, says of his choice between L.A. and Orlando, quote, "It's like two girlfriends, and you want to marry both of them." We'll find out soon which team will get stood up at the altar.
Well, the Magic got stood up, and Shaq would of course sign with the LA Lakers, but as much as the Lakers added, it was still Michael Jordan's league. His 5th championship, this time beating the Utah Jazz in the finals. And in Game 5, Jordan went off with what we call the flu game, or what we should call the expired pizza game.
And he did it in casual form. You get the idea he's having difficulty just standing up.
Oh, well, he's playing. He's unbelievable. But as soon as there's a stoppage in play, he's coming over to the bench for a timeout. He's just like, oh, and he drops.
But right after the Bulls' 5th championship, it's time to unlock a new important character.
With the first pick in the 1997 NBA draft, the San Antonio Spurs select Tim Duncan from Wake Forest University.
Tim Duncan is now a member of the San Antonio Spurs, joining David Robinson, but to the finals. Another Bulls-Jazz matchup, and I'm sure you know how this one ended.
Jordan a drive. Hangs, fires, yes! The Bulls lead 87-86.
The Bulls won their 6th straight championship, their 2nd three-peat, and 6th ring in 8 years. But unfortunately for the Bulls, and fortunately for the rest of the NBA, that was it for the Bulls. This was the end of their dynasty, because once again, Michael Jordan will retire. That time on a good note though. And the guy I mentioned earlier, Tim Duncan, saw this as an opportunity for the Spurs. And he was right. The Spurs beat the first ever 8 seed to reach the finals, the New York Knicks, in a 5-game series to give them their first ever championship. But once again, we were in a new era, the Shaq and Kobe era. With Shaq fully healthy for the first time in almost 5 years, there was no one stopping the Lakers. Shaq won MVP, and the Lakers won the NBA championship, beating the Pacers in 6, giving Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant their first championship each.
Rimming the court, fans and media both. Jackson looking to throw it in against Shaq. Reggie turns and pumps it up off the rim, and the Lakers are the 2000 NBA champions.
Once again, the Lakers found themselves in the finals in 2001, this time matched up against the league's MVP, Allen Iverson, and the Philadelphia 76ers. The Sixers stood no chance though, they lost 4-1. But that offseason, well, guess who's back? Again.
At forward, from North Carolina, number 23, Michael Jordan.
Michael Jordan's back, and this time it's with the Washington Wizards. The Vancouver Grizzlies also relocated. They were headed to Memphis, but come on, it was still the Lakers league. And Shaq and Kobe three-peated, this time beating the Nets in 4, a series that was never even close. This offseason, another relocation, the Hornets were headed to New Orleans. And the guy that I mentioned earlier, Tim Duncan, well, he won his 2nd MVP this season. Oh yeah, he also won his 2nd championship too. And right after winning another ring, David Robinson called it a career. And now it was officially Tim Duncan's San Antonio Spurs. But when we talk about the most important moments in the league's history, this offseason has to be up there with the top of all time.
With the first pick in the 2003 NBA draft, the Cleveland Cavaliers select LeBron James.
Okay, so now LeBron James is in the NBA, Dwayne Wayne's in the NBA, Chris Bosh is in the NBA, Carmelo Anthony's in the NBA. All 4 entered in the same year. But this season, there was a new team emerging as the top dog, and when I say team, I mean it. This team legitimately played team basketball, the 2004 Detroit Pistons, a team with Ben Wallace, Rasheed Wallace, Chauncey Billups, and Rip Hamilton, and their grittiness was enough to win them a championship this season. But that offseason, the 30th team was finally part of the NBA, the number that still holds today, the Charlotte Bobcats. Maybe it'd be better if they never joined. Joking. But the Charlotte Bobcats had one of the worst seasons in NBA history. You remember, in 2012. But in 2005, there were a lot of moves this offseason as well. Steve Nash found himself in Phoenix, Shaquille O'Neal in Miami, and the Pistons and Pacers got into the worst fight in NBA history.
And again, we cannot drive this home enough. This is something, you go across the board of the four of us here, we've been around a lot of sporting events, all right? Either playing in them or watching them. This is the worst thing I've ever seen.
Well, the age of electronics is kicking in because I just got a beat from Joe Dumars, and one of the things he's taking issue with is us sitting up here right now and basically saying that it was justified for those players to go into those stands. He says there's no justification. Regardless, the fans were wrong, but the players should not exacerbate the situation.
I can't believe that actually happened. But no matter what was going on in the NBA, the Spurs were still elite, and so elite, they won the championship once again, giving them their third ring since 1999. But the trade that the Heat made the previous season for Shaq turned out to work very well, and the Heat found themselves in the 2006 finals in a matchup with Dirk Nowitzki and the Dallas Mavericks, and this time for the Heat, they got their first ring in franchise history, and Shaq got his fourth ring in his career. But that was a fun little run for the Heat, because guess who was right back holding the trophies again the next season? Once again, for the 700th time, the San Antonio Spurs. They beat LeBron 4-0 in his first finals appearance, but the following offseason was a really important one. The 2007 offseason, well, for starters, because this happened.
With the second pick in the 2007 NBA Draft, the Seattle Supersonics select Kevin Durant from the University of Texas.
Oh yeah, besides Durant, this happened too.
Captain Paul Pierce. The newest member of the Boston Celtics, Kevin Garnett. Just behind him, the second newest member of the Boston Celtics now, Ray Allen.
Well, these three worked out instantly. They wanted all their first season together, beating Kobe and the Lakers in 6, even though Paul Pierce faked an injury for having to take a shit. Well, coming off a finals loss, the Lakers knew they had to do something to add to the squad, so they did this.
As the Lakers acquired talented big man Pau Gasol from the Grizzlies.
The Lakers traded for Pau Gasol, and that proved to instantly work just like the Celtics did, because Kobe won his fourth ring in 2009, giving him his first ring without Shaq. But a few months after the Lakers championship, this happened.
With the 7th pick in the 2009 NBA Draft, the Golden State Warriors select Stephen Curry from Davidson College.
This was a stacked draft class with Curry, Harden, DeRozan, Blake Griffin, but it didn't matter who just entered the NBA. The Lakers were still the best team, and Kobe and Pau and the team won their second straight ring, giving Kobe 5, the amount he'd retire with. But I think we're finally starting to get into the modern era. Well, I say this because this offseason, a player who's still relevant today made one of the biggest decisions in NBA history.
The answer to the question everybody wants to know. LeBron, what's your decision?
In this fall, man, this is very tough. In this fall, I'm going to take my talents to South Beach and join the Miami Heat.
Miami Heat. That was the conclusion you woke up with this morning.
That was the conclusion I woke up with this morning.
LeBron joining the Heat meant he was teaming up with Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh, two other superstars who shared the same draft class. And because of that, the Heat were instantly one of the best teams in the NBA and found themselves in the NBA Finals, but this time, the opposite of the 2006 Finals. Dirk Nowitzki and the Mavs beat the Heat to win their first championship, maybe the most impressive playoff run ever. But the Heat found themselves right back in the Finals the next season, and this time, I guess we can officially call it the LeBron James era, because LeBron won his first ring.
As the shot clock is turned off, the Miami Heat are once again NBA champions. LeBron James captures that elusive title he so desperately coveted.
Of course, the Heat will be right back in the championship next time, and this time, first Tim Duncan and the Spurs, but you know what happened.
Puts up a three, won't go, rebound Bosh, back out to Allen, his three-pointer, bang! Tie game!
LeBron James won his second straight championship here, but of course, the Heat would go on to make their fourth straight finals appearance the next season, once again matched up against the Spurs. This time, the Spurs got the best of the Heat, and Tim Duncan wins his 5th NBA championship. But I can't leave out something that happened this offseason.
Two things you only dreamed would come together. A delicious cheesy quesadilla.
This guy was really drafted during a Taco Bell commercial. But besides that, LeBron went back home after that, back to the Cleveland Cavaliers, and although we're still in the LeBron James era, we're almost in a sub-era or a side era. I don't know what you want to call it, but the Steph Curry era is here now too. And this is the 14-15 season. And this was the first time we got LeBron James versus Steph Curry in the finals. But this time, Steph Curry got the best of the matchup, winning his first championship. But LeBron promised the Cleveland Cavaliers a ring. And in the season where Steph Curry won the first unanimous MVP ever, was the first player ever to hit 400 3-pointers, had the best record of all time with 73-9, the Cavs and Warriors were once again matched up in the finals, and this finals can be summarized by 2 words: block, shot.
To Curry, back to Iguodala, up for the layup. Oh, blocked by James. And Curry, one-on-one. Irving puts it up. It's good. Kyrie Irving from downtown.
The Cleveland Cavaliers win their first NBA championship, LeBron wins his 3rd ring, and LeBron and Kyrie make 2 of the biggest plays in NBA history. But the following offseason, one of the most surprising moments in NBA history took place.
Breaking news.
Happened.
It's here. And it's Golden State for Kevin Durant.
Wow.
Think about that team. Think about a 73-win regular season team, 1 win shy of back-to-back NBA titles, and they just got the last MVP to win that award, not named Steph Curry.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Well, the Warriors now it's Steph Curry, Kevin Durant, Klay Thompson, and Draymond Green. Pretty easily, I can say this with confidence, pretty easily the greatest team ever assembled. But besides that, the great Tim Duncan called it a career that offseason as well. 5 championships with the San Antonio Spurs, and no Kevin Durant meant the Thunder was Russell Westbrook's team now. And with that, he averaged a triple-double, the 2nd player ever to do that. But for the 3rd straight time, we got Warriors Cavs. And who's stopping Durant and Curry together? Well, no one. Because they'd go on to win this championship, and then the next one right after that. Steph Curry, now a 3-time NBA champion, Kevin Durant, 2 for himself also, but that offseason, this happened.
Because of my background, obviously, when Magic and I started this thing, we said the most important thing was excellence in the relationships we have with players and their teams. So, real talk, like if you ever experience anything or your team does that's not done at an excellent level, we need to hear about it.
Okay.
So, I just want to set those expectations out of the gate.
Appreciate that. Absolutely.
LeBron James was now a Los Angeles Laker, but other than that, the Warriors found themselves back in the finals, but you can't win if you're not healthy, and the Warriors definitely were in 2019. So the Toronto Raptors took complete advantage of that. Kawhi Leonard led the Toronto Raptors to their first NBA championship, going 1-done with the Raptors. But I can't leave out the shot he hit in round 2 versus Sixers, my favorite shot in NBA history.
Kawhi up top, looks at the clock, turns the corner for the win!
The following season was the COVID season, and right before that season started, the Lakers made a pretty massive trade. They traded for Anthony Davis to join LeBron on the squad. But besides that, the NBA world and the world in general stopped on January 26th, when Kobe Bryant, his daughter Gianna, and 7 others lost their lives in a helicopter crash. To be honest, I wasn't born for 9/11, so me personally, I can't remember a time where the world ever stopped like that. But after that, in something straight out of a storybook, the Lakers would go on to win the NBA championship just months after. But skipping a year after that, we had the finals matchup. A guy who struggled to make the finals his entire career, Chris Paul, versus an emerging all-time great, Giannis Antetokounmpo. And the soon-to-be all-time great would go on to take his first NBA championship home, adding to the already stacked collection with MVPs and a Defensive Player of the Year. But although it's 2022 at this point, don't forget about the Warriors. Steph Curry is now number 1 in all-time threes made, and his team is clicking. So much so that they found themselves matched up against Jason Tatum and the Boston Celtics in the NBA Finals. And unfortunately for the Celtics, the Warriors got their 4th ring in the Steph Curry era. That will bring us to the most recent completed NBA season, the 2022-23 season. What happened this season? Well, LeBron James became the NBA's all-time leading scorer for starters.
Coming to the end of the 3rd quarter. LeBron James, a shot in history.
Other than that though, the guy who was drafted during a Taco Bell commercial, Nikola Jokic, he cemented himself as one of the greatest players of all time as well. winning his first championship in a series versus the Heat. But that would bring us to today. Currently, midway through the 23-24 season, we're nearing the end of careers of all-time greats like LeBron James, Steph Curry, Kevin Durant, Kawhi Leonard, James Harden, Russell Westbrook, Damian Lillard. We're also in the midst of careers of guys who already cemented their place in the all-time great rankings, Giannis, Jokic, Embiid, Anthony Davis. But we also have some young guys. Some guys who look like they're making great progress towards becoming all-time greats. Luka Doncic, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. I mean, we've never seen a talent like Victor Wembanyama before. I don't know. The list goes on if we really dig deep into it. But will the Nuggets go back-to-back and officially start their dynasty? Maybe. Who knows? Will the Warriors or Lakers win more rings? Not sure. I don't know what will happen in the future, but that's the entire history of the NBA, I guess.
Miami began their postseason in Philadelphia on a Wednesday night, but an injury to Jimmy Butler took him out of the equation early on. And while Miami had built a lead for much of the game, it was the Sixers who closed things late. A valiant effort from the Heat, but ultimately it was the same problems they've had all season, and their hopes for a playoff berth are in jeopardy. We break down the game on today's episode of Locked On Heat.
You are Locked On Heat, your daily Miami Heat podcast, part of the Locked On Podcast Network, your team every day.
All right, welcome to Locked On Heat, your daily podcast on the Miami Heat. I'm Wes Goldberg, editor at allyoucanheat.com. Joining me, as always, credentialed Heat media member David Ramil. However, you're tuning in on YouTube, Odyssey, or your favorite podcast app. Thanks for making Locked On Heat your first listen every day. The Heat lose to the 76ers in the 7-8 play-in game, meaning that they have to play again on Friday in a win-or-go-home scenario, the final game of the play-in tournament. We're going to talk about Jimmy Butler's injury, what will happen to the Heat season in a second. But David, if I told you that Joel Embiid and Tyrese Maxey would shoot 12 for 33 combined, you probably would have thought the Heat would have won the game. What was your takeaway from this one? Why didn't the Heat win this one?
Well, I think it starts with the Jimmy injury, to be 100% honest with you. No Duncan Robinson tonight, although he was available. No Terry Rozier, still out with neck issues and a struggle from the floor offensively. It was basically the same problems we've seen all year, where they were taking a lot of bad shots and none of them were falling, missing shots at the rim, missing shots from three. And Miami can't survive that way. The only way they can is if Jimmy is able to do just enough. And that wasn't the case today after he was knocked. Let's see. Kelly Oubre on a layup attempt by Jimmy Butler, up faked. Oubre came crashing down on Jimmy's leg, and Jimmy was sent sprawling to the floor, clutching at his knee. And from that point forward, you weren't even sure if he was going to be able to get back up again. So to Jimmy's credit, he does get back up. He tries to fight his way through. He actually made a couple of good defensive plays after that, did finish with a number of steals in the night, but his offense was absolutely non-existent from that point forward. Not really able to do much, and they take their cue from him. They need him to be a much better player. So you can't blame Jimmy. As much as he struggled from the floor, I don't think the onus of today's loss falls on him. I think he was hurt, and I think he was a warrior throughout the rest of the game after succumbing to injury. And it was a matter of everybody else not stepping up. Caleb Martin struggled. Tyler Hero, although he had some nice shots late, he struggled also. They just didn't get any kind of offense. They were missing Terry Rozier, who, again, I said this before the game. I thought Terry Rozier was going to be an X factor. Unfortunately, he wasn't available. This was the game that Miami needed to win. They played their style of game. They dragged it into the mud, slowed everything down for Embiid, challenged Maxey, really made life difficult for him, and then wound up giving, players that wouldn't normally contribute on the offensive end opportunities to win the game for Philadelphia. And that's why Nick Batum had a huge game for them. Kelly Oubre had a couple big buckets for them. And that was the difference maker. Miami just didn't have it from their stars. They didn't have what it takes in order to be able to beat this Philadelphia team. And although they had a double-digit lead for most of the game, it just wasn't enough down the stretch.
Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff to get into there. Certainly the injuries played a factor in this game, but they played a factor on both sides. I mean, Joel Embiid was 50% of what he usually is. I mean, that guy was almost a non-factor, save for a couple of big offensive rebounds and a big three in the fourth quarter. Jimmy Butler got hurt. Joel Embiid got there hurt. The Heat didn't have Terry Rozier, and that definitely mattered. They certainly missed him, but Philadelphia was without D'Anthony Melton and stuff like that. And I know Rozier's not or Melton's not Rozier, but come on, like both teams were playing hurt, and at risk of sounding too much like Eric Spoelstra, the Heat had enough to win this game, even with Jimmy Butler getting hurt early. So I don't really care about the injury excuse so much. Now, we will carve into Jimmy Butler's injury and what that means going forward, especially in this game on Friday night. But Jimmy Butler did stay in the game the second and the third quarter, came off the bench, or went to the bench to start the fourth quarter, came off the bench halfway through the fourth quarter, and then just didn't look the same after that. And I almost wonder if sitting on the bench was the worst thing he could have done, because he just looked hobbled after that, grimacing every time he went up and down the floor, basically parking himself in the corner for the entirety of the fourth quarter. I don't know, frankly, why he was out there. He was doing absolutely nothing. He was just standing in the corner, and Miami was just running empty side pick and roll with Tyler Hero and Bam Adebayo. And Tyler Hero goes 9 for 27 overall in this game. I thought he had to take all 27 of those shots because Jimmy Butler wasn't able to do anything. Bam wasn't giving you much anything else on offense. It's not like Tyler Hero was looking off Bam Adebayo. Bam deserves some blame for only taking 9 shots in this game. And, going into this game, I was like, oh, he'll have his hands full with Joel Embiid. It's going to come down to Tyler Hero. He didn't have his hands full with Joel Embiid. Joel Embiid was limiting Joel Embiid tonight, not Bam. And so I think there's certainly some blame to go around here. I actually thought Miami's shots were good in this game. You mentioned earlier that they were just kind of taking bad shots. I thought the offense was bad. I thought that it just got stagnant. I thought they took forever to get into every half-court set. But I thought some of the shots were pretty, like, the shot profile overall was a little bit better than usual for the Heat, which isn't saying much because they have a bottom 10 offense and offensive rating, but they took about as many shots at the rim as they did mid-range. They took very few long mid-range shots. When they did settle for those mid-range looks, it was sort of that short mid-range area. They got up 38 three-point attempts, which is something I kind of marked as something to watch in terms of having to get up close to 43s in this game. Overall, I thought the stuff that they needed, the shot profile and what Philadelphia was doing to lose that game should have been enough for the Heat to win this game. And yet they couldn't because they just missed more shots than Philadelphia did. This was, like, we talk about how the play-in tournament is dangerous because of the variance of it. Well, the variance here was both teams not being able to make a shot except for Nick Batum, who turned into the second coming of Steph Curry in this game. And that was enough. Like, the reason the Heat are on the losing end of this is because Nick Batum could not miss. And that's just sort of what happens in a one-game play-in.
Yeah, but to kind of dispute that a little bit, like, I understand a lot of the shots that Tyler took had to be taken in order to just generate some offense or try to, but he shot 33%, man. Like, you can't do that. Like, he can't do that specifically. That's
fair. That's a fair criticism. Yeah. I don't blame him for taking the shots, but I do blame him for missing those. He had a good fourth quarter, but the first 3 quarters were rough from a shooting perspective. He's got to be better.
And he was taking shots that they were absolutely makeable from him. Like, maybe if he sets that tone early on, maybe we see a different version of Tyler. Like, I don't want to blame anybody because, again, I think a lot of the loss came down to basically Jimmy getting hurt, not being able to generate offense, not being able to make passes to anybody else. He couldn't control, like, he was something we rarely see. We at an inbound play, he dishes the ball immediately to Hawkins to bring the ball up because he just doesn't have it. Like, we don't see that from Jimmy, certainly not in the playoffs. And he was a non-factor, and it kind of trickles down from there. Maybe you can key in on Tyler a little bit, but again, I think a lot of the shots he was taking, especially early on, were absolutely makeable, and you just weren't getting. This is where you kind of miss a guy like Kyle Lowry, and I hate to say it, and maybe that's rubbing salt in the wound for a lot of Heat fans, but at least that's a guy who was able to, in his few positive possessions, generate something.
Well, I think you certainly miss. I think you miss Rozier and Duncan Robinson, just other options. It was Tyler Hero had to take those shots. I blame him 0 for taking 29 shots. If he would have taken 39 shots, I would have blamed him 0. Nobody was taking shots. Bam wasn't doing it. Jimmy wasn't doing it, and so it's like, okay, Jaime took a bunch of shots, and like he had to. He was basically the second banana in the offense tonight. So I don't blame Tyler for taking any of those shots because they were also all good shots. Every time he came off of a screen, Philadelphia was playing and drop, and he had a wide open look, and he just missed them over and over again. So yeah, blame him for missing the shots. I don't blame him for taking the shots, and those are two very different things. That said, when you don't have Terry and you don't have Duncan, then you're like, all right, those are the other options on the menu for Eric Spoelstra to go to. Those are the 3 shooters, right?
Yep.
And when one of your shooters doesn't have it, you tilt the offense in the direction of another shooter who may have it. And he just didn't have those options tonight. I'm assuming Duncan Robinson, though he was available, did not play because he still isn't right. And Terry Rozier was just ruled out altogether. So I'm not going to blame Spo for not playing Duncan Robinson. He knows Duncan's health more than anybody else. But
yeah, no doubt.
That was sort of the problem with this, isn't it? I know I already said I'm not blaming injuries, but I also, injuries did play a factor in this one. But it still just felt like the Heat, like this game was, they were right there in this one. They led by double digits at one point. I mean, it's still a tough one.
When they lose that lead, like again, that's when the offense just completely bogged down in the third quarter. What did they score in the third? Like 12 points, something like that. They barely scored they got outscored in the third, and by that point, it was just
23 points in the third quarter.
I mean, it felt like less. Maybe I was
they were that's not a lot. 23 in today's NBA ain't a lot. The Heat are a bottom 10 offense and offensive rating for the season. They scored an average of 113.3 points per 100 possessions. They scored 110.9 points per 100 possessions. So as bad as their offense was, it was even worse tonight.
If there was a miscue from the coaching perspective, maybe something we should say for the second segment. But
I think that's
I thought that, there were a couple of substitutions that maybe Spo could have made that juiced the offense during the first half and weren't available in the second half for some reason.
We'll talk about that and the long-term effects of Jimmy Butler's injury after this here on Locked On Heat.
Today's episode is brought to you by Monopoly Go. We've all been there, either as a player or as a fan. It's halftime. The scoreboard isn't looking good. Tonight, that wasn't the case. Miami had a double-digit lead, but unfortunately, they weren't able to close the game. You're feeling low. Let's say you're down big and you're not sure whether or not you or your team could pull out a win, and that's when you dig deep. You lift your head up and you say to yourself, time to get back in the game, pull off some bank heists, and take as much of my friend's money as I possibly can. That's right. The smash hit game Monopoly Go lets you compete with your friends to get the most riches in the biggest empire. It's a Monopoly you love, but on your phone anytime with tons of new twists, including leaderboards to compare your progress to your buddies. There's so much to do. Play on countless dynamic Monopoly boards. Make your friends bankrupt by smashing their landmarks with a wrecking ball. Charge other players rent for your iconic properties, and you can even work with your friends to crack open computer chess and in tournaments to get extra rewards and climb the leaderboard. So get back out there, put on your game face, and download Monopoly Go now, free on the App Store or on Google Play.
Thanks for making Locked On Heat your first listen every day. Make sure you're subscribed on YouTube and on your favorite podcast app. Everydayers, we are recording this right after the buzzer of the Heat's loss to the Sixers, so we don't yet know who is going to win between the Bulls and the Hawks, but we will have a preview of that game going into Friday night, so we'll have that for you Thursday night or Friday morning. So make sure to tune in, subscribe for that. Before we get to the Jimmy Butler injury impact, David, you mentioned something about coaching decisions, substitutions.
One decision in particular, actually, now that I look at the numbers. In the first half, DeLon Wright played almost 15 minutes, and he only played a few minutes after that, 8 minutes in the second half. I can understand that. He's not generating much offense anyway. But Kevin Love not playing more than 6 minutes in the second half doesn't sit well with me. Like, that's a guy who stretches the floor. You know what he can do. And I'm not sure, again, he had suffered an injury too right before the season ended, before the play-in tournament. So maybe he wasn't 100%. Maybe it was a minutes restriction. But with Bam struggling to get his shot and not finding any kind of real easy offense, and knowing that Jimmy kind of thrives off of having Kevin out there, I was a little surprised that we didn't see Love for more playing time. And maybe that's just something I'm kind of harping on. I don't know if you saw something similar, but the fact that he only got 6 minutes, that he couldn't have stretched the floor out given his veteran experience and everything that he does for Miami's offense when he's knocking down shots, I was a little surprised to see that he didn't get more playing time.
I'm watching that game in the fourth quarter, and I was thinking the same thing. Why is Kevin Love not out there? And it wasn't even necessarily out there instead of Bam Adebayo.
Could have been alongside him. I know you have Haywood out there for his defense. Yeah,
you had no need. Haywood didn't need to be out there. They didn't need his defense. Philadelphia was defending themselves just fine tonight. They couldn't make shots just as well as the Heat couldn't make shots. Joel Embiid was a non-factor in this game. I actually thought, hey, why do you even have Bam guarding Joel Embiid on some of these possessions? Heck, put DeLon Wright on Joel Embiid the way he looked tonight.
They had Haywood
set Bam loose. Yeah, put Haywood on him. Jimmy, who cares? Let them both just stand there doing nothing for a while.
Love out there, he can kind of body him up.
He could have bodied him, and then exactly, and then let let Bam loose and let him wreak havoc in a way that we know Bam can do, but is rarely afforded the opportunity to. And so, yeah, I'm with you. I probably would have liked to see more of Kevin Love out there. He was 2 for 4 from 3-point range. I thought his passing was really good. His chemistry with Jimmy Butler, when Jimmy Butler looked right, was awesome. There was also a lot of instances with Jimmy moving as slow as he was and Bam just clogging the lane. Like the spacing for Miami's offense was such a mess all night. And I bet you that's something that Eric Spoelstra is going to go to in the film is, hey, against Atlanta or Chicago, our spacing is going to have to be way better. But in terms of why he even played Jimmy or Bam down the stretch of this game, and I know Jimmy ended up substituting out with like a minute left or whatever it was, but with Jimmy and Bam in that game, we just know this about Eric Spoelstra. He's just going to go with his guys. Like, we know this. We know it. Back when Dwayne Wade was coming off the bench as a sixth man, Dwayne Wade was also always closing, right? Like, Spo's just going to go with his guys, and that's just something that he's going to do. But
I didn't mind Bam's minutes late in the game. Like, I know he wasn't doing much offensively, but at least in terms of rebounding, setting screens, and doing what he could to get Tyler those open looks that we talked about.
He was useful on offense in that way once they decided to take Jimmy out of the offense.
Yeah. I don't know.
What Jimmy Butler did not look right at the end of that.
No.
At the end of that game, and so he goes down in the first quarter or in the second quarter, the end of the first half, and it's not, or I'm sorry, the end of the first quarter. I had it right the first time. Goes down at the end of the first quarter and grabs his knee, grabs his leg in pain. You can hear the screaming from the broadcast from the TV, and I'm like, oh, this is the whole Heat season. You could see Eric Spoelstra cursing on the sideline, Alonzo Mourning saying, "Oh boy," Pat Riley. With a concerned stare, and you could just see like all of their souls leaving their bodies in that moment, and including everybody here. And I thought, okay, that's it. Like that's the season. Worst possible injury at the worst possible time. There it is. Jimmy stays in the game. He looks good defensively. I actually thought he looked better after the injury initially than he did before the injury, and I was like, maybe Kelly Oubre knocked something loose in that knee or something that he just needed. But no, by the fourth quarter, whatever he had used all of it, sapped of any energy or anything that he had, and he just didn't look right. And I am seriously questioning whether or not he's going to be able to play on Friday. And I haven't seen the post-game quotes yet, David, but I'm assuming that we're going to get the same line from the Heat in that they'll see how he responds, and that's going to be it. So Ira Winderman and Anthony Chang, the two beat writers on the road, Jimmy Butler's right knee being placed on a protective sleeve after the game. Both of them reporting the same thing. So he's got a protective sleeve on the right knee after the game. So that's all we know.
He'll play. I don't think.
Eric Spoelstra on Jimmy Butler. As the second half went on, it started to limit him a little more. So basically saying what we saw.
Right.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I think if we're looking ahead to Friday, he'll play because this is Jimmy Butler, because he won't miss a game. We've seen him do this time and again. Like no matter how injured he is, maybe he shouldn't be out there.
Well, I was just going to ask you, if he looks like this, I agree with you. But if he looks like he looked in the fourth quarter, should he play?
Well, I think there's something to even what we saw today. Like he was playing more effectively, but I think it's also the fact that he was able to stick it out that provided some kind of leadership. Maybe this isn't, a Willis Reed coming back to Madison Square Garden in the finals or anything like that, but I think he did provide some kind of emotional boost. Like, oh man, Jimmy toughing it out. And I think that kind of raises the level of play for everybody else, because you kind of want to win for somebody who steps up and is able to fight through that kind of adversity. So I think we'll see him, and depending on how the tenor of the game is set early on, if Miami takes that emotion and is able to, get a good lead early on, I wouldn't be surprised if he sits out for most of the game. Like, he probably shouldn't be out there for that long.
Right.
But if he can go through warmups, have the adrenaline of a game going through, and look fluid early on, he should probably play the first quarter just like he always does. And then after that, if Miami is lucky, they'll have a comfortable lead. And I'm not saying that this is like it's a pushover by any chance. Like, both Atlanta or Chicago have their own challenges to, for Miami to overcome. But in a best case scenario, Jimmy will play on Friday. He'll provide the kind of emotional leadership that he did today. and that'll be enough to spark something in Miami.
He should just
that
come
maybe
out.
They can hand to.
He should just come out, and the first ball that's even near him that goes out of bounds, he should just dive right into the stands and just do something like that. And maybe that gets the juices flowing, because if he just stands around, he's like, hey, I'm out here, but if you need me, I'll be over here in the corner like I was in the fourth quarter. There's going to be no emotional boost from that at all.
Offensively, look, you're right. Offensively, like, I'm not bagging on Jimmy. Like, offensively, he was totally limited and whatever. But defensively and with his IQ and everything else, I think he still was, if not necessarily a positive, he wasn't necessarily a negative.
No, I
either.
think the leadership stuff is real. Like, the on the court basketball IQ is a good point. Like, we even heard on the broadcast on ESPN, like, he was mic'd up and he was saying all these things, and you're like, okay, that's all smart stuff that the Heat need in this moment. And so I'm not discrediting what Jimmy Butler can do when he's on the court, even when he's not doing much of anything. But you know, if all we're talking about is, hey, like, emotional support on the court, it's gonna take more than that for the Heat to win this game on Friday.
It's gotta take somebody else. Like, I think you can have them. You can have this version of Jimmy, as Miami has so often through the regular season. It's somebody else who needs to carry the offense. And tonight it was supposed to be Tyler, and it wasn't. On Friday, maybe it's Tyler, maybe it's Terry Rozier. I don't want, again. Yeah, maybe. I mean, against Nikola Vucevic, against Clint Capella, it should be Bam.
Yeah.
No, absolutely. I mean, I think we've seen those matchups in the past, and I think Bam can dominate that. You're absolutely right. Maybe we're not blaming Bam nearly enough, but I think he was able to he got into early foul trouble. We should also say that 2 really strange ticky-tack fouls early on.
The second one was worse than the first one, but yeah.
That really just sucked all the momentum. And I think the early shot selection too, like, he took 2 3-pointers. I think he missed like his first few shots. He just like, he was just shooting for the perimeter.
He had a hard time with Embiid's size, despite the fact that Embiid wasn't moving that much. I would have liked to see, like, the Heat were running that high screen and roll almost darn near half court by the second half. I would have liked to see them hit Bam on the roll a few more times with that, just to see if he could just sprint by Joel Embiid. But whatever went on with him and the size of Embiid, it did throw him off a little bit. And I think you're exactly right. It's such a great point with that early foul. It's taking him out of rhythm. He had to sub out early in that first quarter, and he never really found it after that. He did have one nice post up. Like, his percentages, 5 of 9, like, that was good. I just would have liked to see more of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, caught a lob too. Like, I mean, there were some nice things there, but in terms of initiating his own offense, which is something he has to do more of, he absolutely could have taken it to Embiid. He should not have been just a guy who can catch and finish at the rim. Like, that's certainly part of his job description, but it's also breaking somebody off. He can't, face off Embiid and just go right at him and try to attack him, either get into foul trouble or anything like that. And maybe he felt like he couldn't win that battle because they weren't going to call fouls because, well, I mean, that's just the way that the officiating has changed over the last couple of months. And maybe he was just intimidated by that size factor too. So I don't know. It was not a great Bam game. It was a fine game from him. And you would have liked to have seen more offense.
Yes,
coming from somebody like
you need it. You need it from Bam on Friday, regardless of who the opponent ends up being. But we do have a few more questions about this game, including one about chicken. We'll talk about that next here on Lockdown. Chicken free throws.
I don't want to answer the chicken question because that was anyway. Today's episode is brought to you by FanDuel. It's playoff time. Well, maybe not yet, but it's playoff time for most of the NBA and the NHL. Yeah, play-in time. Baseball's in full swing too, and FanDuel is your place to bet on every game. Right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets guaranteed. That's $150 if you win or lose. Bet on everything from slap shots to home runs to slam dunks, all on an app that is safe, secure, and easy to use. So what are you waiting for? Visit FanDuel.com/lockedon. That's FanDuel.com/lockedon. And make your first bet an automatic win. FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. We'll be right back.
Thanks for making Locked On Heat your first listen every day. Make sure you are subscribed on YouTube and on your favorite podcast app. Thanks to everybody who sent in questions using the hashtag AskLOHeat. You can send us emails, lockedonheat@gmail.com. Find us on Instagram at LockedOnHeat. Kyle writes in, did this game really turn on free chicken? More serious question. Do you just tip your hat when Nick Batum plays out of his mind like that? The plan was to shut down Embiid and Maxey, which worked until Batum got hot. I want to answer the unserious question about the chicken.
No.
I'm not allowed to?
I mean, was it?
Or you're saying no, it didn't change on the chicken?
No, it absolutely did not. Like, I mean, I'm glad the crowd got some kind of spark, but they were already making a comeback prior to that. It's on Caleb. Like, he crapped the bed. Like, he did not play well. And I know a lot of Heat fans are frustrated with him because after, just earlier today, my son he's only 5, and he wanted to watch some highlights, some Heat highlights. He wasn't going to be able to stay awake for the whole game. So I was like, you know what? Let's play game 7 of the Eastern Conference Finals against the Boston Celtics. And he was so good. Caleb Martin, that is, not my son. He was so good in that game. And he was just taking shots, no hitch in his shooting motion, so fluid, getting to the basket, dunking on fools. That Caleb is gone. And I know he's hurt. We're going to hear about it at the end of the season, whether that's on Saturday or who knows however long Miami might have after that. But like, he is hurt and he is not playing well. And he does not look, I would say, maybe 60% of what he's supposed to be, which again, he's a role player. Like, you can't count on him. You hope that he has good moments, but he did not tonight. And I think that, in combination with the momentum that Philadelphia had already built, is what led to that charge. I don't think it was the fact that fans had won free chicken from Chick-fil-A. As good as that might be, I'm sure that was not a factor.
Confirmed Chick-fil-A?
I think that's what Mike Breen said, and I'm going to trust Mike Breen.
No, Mike Breen. I don't think Mike Breen was allowed to say it was Chick-fil-A.
Well, somebody else did. I think
a lot of people tweeted assuming it was Chick-fil-A, because Chick-fil-A is usually the restaurant that does these things. But I think Mike Breen literally said he couldn't say the restaurant because they are not part of the sponsorship.
Screw Chick-fil-A anyway. Who cares? That's whatever. That's
Chick-fil-A sauce? Are you kidding me?
I don't have it. I don't know. I don't eat Chick-fil-A. I'm sorry. What the hell with Chick-fil-A and their policies anyway? But
okay,
that's a whole other subject.
Stance. Okay, the chicken tastes good though. I'm easily bought, David. I'm easily bought.
Raising Cane's, man. Raising
Cane's is good. They're starting to open them up. Since the free chicken mark of the game, and you're right, Caleb Martin missed 2 free throws, but the Heat were outscored 57-45 after that. And I only bring that up. I thought the crowd was really into it afterwards, like that Philadelphia crowd that everybody was warning us against, right? Every broadcast. Hey, the Heat going into a hostile environment and all those things, they were neutered to start that game. There was zero energy coming from the vaunted Philadelphia crowd. The most energy they had was booing their own team. And so the crowd was very much playing on Miami's side, and then everybody gets free chicken, and next thing you know, the Sixers take off. Is it because of the free chicken? I don't know that we can prove it wasn't. So that's part of it. And then, yes, to answer the second part of the question, yeah, I don't know that you tip your hat when Nick Batum plays out of his mind like that. I thought Miami's screen navigation could have been better, and maybe you're limiting Nick Batum. But to Kyle's larger point, like, you weren't focused in on Nick Batum. You were worried about Embiid, however hobbled he was. You were worried about Maxey, however healthy he is. So I don't know that you tip your hat, but this is the risk of being in the play-in tournament in the first place, and this is why you should have just gotten the 6th seed and not have done all this, is because you risk a Nick Batum game on a Wednesday, and then you risk maybe an Ayo Dosunmu game or a Bogdan Bogdanovic game on Friday or whoever it's going to be. So that's kind of where we're at. EJ Brooksy writes in, Heat Celtics, is it destiny, or are we going fishing after Friday night?
If you're asking me for a prediction?
No, we don't need a prediction, because how do we know? But are you going fishing when the season is over, whenever it ends?
Oh, no, absolutely not.
You're not a fishing person?
No.
Catch and release even?
No, thanks. I understand the idea of it is to be peaceful. I can sit peacefully by the water or in the water without having to put a metal hook in a fish face in order to enjoy the time.
That's not relaxing to you.
No, certainly not for the fish, which is also a consideration for me. But no, I'm not going fishing. I don't know if the Heat are, man, to be honest with you. I mean, I'm not necessarily going to make a prediction, because again, it depends on Jimmy's health. It depends on whether or not Rozier and Duncan are a little bit healthier and able to contribute. And if that's the case, I like Miami's chances. I didn't like Miami's chances tonight, and they showed something that they were, again, with a lead for most of the game, and certainly a winnable game, as you pointed out earlier, and I wasn't sure that was going to be the case. But you did a lot of good things well, despite their struggles offensively. It's just somebody's got to step up and knock down those shots. You look at Chicago, their defense is good. Atlanta's defense, not so good. So I guess if you're asking which team you'd probably prefer playing, it's probably Atlanta. But the variance of Trae Young, your supervillain, DeJounte Murray, etc., going off there like that. DeAndre Hunter has been a problem for Miami at times too. Bogdanovic, certainly a guy who can get it going. and you don't want to blow a game to that team and have your season ended. Like,
well,
I think Miami is looking at the play-in game on Friday and wants to continue their postseason, regardless of their health, regardless of Jimmy's status or anything else like that. They're not ready to call it quits yet.
No doubt about it, right? I mean,
you'd be surprised. A lot of people questioning whether or not Miami actually wanted to win today, or whether or not they just
I don't care. Like, those people don't know. I don't care.
Sure.
Like, we know, you and I know what the Heat are about. Like, this is we got, even after this, like, Eric Spoelstra be like, well, we're always doing it the hard way. This is the hardest way possible. It's the same way we did it last year. So they kind of keep having this line, and it's what they have to say to themselves. This is the self-talk that you have to do when you're backed into this corner if you're the Miami Heat. And so obviously, yeah, they're going to go out on Friday night in front of the Kaseya Center crowd against the Hawks or the Bulls, and they're going to try their best to do the game, to win the game. But I'll tell you this, they're probably going fishing if Jimmy Butler looks like he did in the fourth quarter, because I unless somebody else steps up and goes crazy like Nick Batum did for Philly tonight, then it's going to be tough. But you just got to hope, if you're the Heat, that if it's not Jimmy Butler, then somebody else gets hot and you get sort of the other side of the coin of this variance formula, and maybe you're able to sneak into the playoffs. But then at that point, yeah, you're playing the Boston Celtics with maybe a hobbled Jimmy Butler, and at that point, maybe you're just delaying the inevitable. But that's what other choice do you have if you're the Heat? So
they beat him with a hobbled Jimmy Butler last year too. So maybe that's just looking, it's a different Celtics team certainly, and maybe it's just a matter of like going in there and rolling over and letting the Celtics cruise to Banner 18. I'm sure a lot of Celtics fans are already expecting that. If I can shout out a positive, Jaime Jaquez looked really good today. Like attacking, knocking down 3-pointers, making some smart plays. Had a couple turnovers that probably shouldn't have made. But other than that, I think you saw a really good game from him. And there's a lot of optimism there, I think, because he's a rookie and he looked like a really polished, poised veteran player in these very difficult circumstances. So kudos to him.
Kind of breaking through that rookie wall that was in front of him for a while, right? Some good performances lately that he's stringing together. So if the Heat are able to extend this thing, then maybe that's something that can sort of emerge in the playoffs as another big Jaime Jaquez run like he had in December. But we will find out what happens on Friday. We'll have another episode for you breaking down the final playing game for the Miami Heat, one way or the other, against the Hawks or the Bulls. So we'll preview that. And then, of course, be able to talk about Friday night's matchup, which may be the last game of the Heat season, and hopefully not. So we'll see how it goes. For now, thanks for making Locked On Heat your first listen every day. Hit that subscribe button on YouTube and follow us on your podcast app.
For this selection. Starting at power forward is the round mound of rebound, Charles Barkley. I understand he got his lone MVP in 1993 with the Phoenix Suns. But if you ask me, the best and most dominant version of Charles was actually in Philly, as he was at his peak athletically and was a terrifying combination of speed and power. He was a monstrous scorer who was always among the league leaders in rebounds while shooting consistently around 60% from the field. Now, picking the starting center is actually a little tough, as it's easily the most stacked position within the 76ers organization. But for me personally, I gotta go with the incredible Wilt Chamberlain, and specifically, I'm thinking of the 1967 and 1968 version. That was nearly leading the league in scoring, assists, rebounds, and efficiency all at the same time. This unselfish and more selective version of Chamberlain would mesh together beautifully with this incredibly strong starting five. So now let's look at the second unit. Coming off the bench at point guard would be the 6'1" Hall of Famer Maurice Cheeks. He's one of the more underappreciated stars of basketball history, as he was one of the greatest defensive players ever at his position, and he was also a solid floor general who had elite court vision. At the shooting guard spot for the second unit is the 6'2" Hall of Famer and the 10-time All-Star Hal Greer. For much of his career, he was the underrated sidekick of Wilt Chamberlain, and was a solid two-way threat as he could punish you with his solid scoring, or he could find the open man if the defense wasn't careful. The small forward for the second unit will be the 6'6" star Billy Cunningham. This man was so much better than most people realize, as he was an awesome combination of grace and hustle. In his prime, he was simultaneously a top scorer in the league while being an elite rebounder. And in 1970 specifically, he averaged 26 points per game while pulling down 13 boards per game. He was also a massive contributor for the 76ers championship team in 1967, and he'll fit in quite well with his team-oriented second unit. The power forward for the second unit is simply one of the greatest defensive players of all time, Bobby Jones. This 6'9" weapon was nicknamed the Secretary of Defense, and for good reason, as he made 11 all-defense teams in his 12-year professional career. He'll be right at home, providing energy and effort off the bench, as he won the Sixth Man of the Year award in 1983. He also had quality shot selection, as he was regularly among the league leaders in field goal percentage. The backup center is the 76ers' former MVP and Finals MVP, Moses Malone. In this second unit, he'll have tremendous chemistry with Mo Cheeks and Bobby Jones, as they were all teammates on the historically dominant 1983 76ers. Basically, every loose board will be his, as Moses was one of the greatest rebounders of all time, and more specifically, the greatest offensive rebounder of all time. If you need me to elaborate on why he's the guy to back up Wilt Chamberlain, then you should probably just watch my Moses Malone video to gain a greater appreciation of his game. So now that we've established the starters and the second unit, let's pick the 3 rotation pieces. First off, I'm taking Joel Embiid as the most obvious selection. I gotta admit, having Embiid as simply a rotation player kinda feels disgusting, but it would feel even worse to reduce Wilt Chamberlain or Moses Malone to that role, so it kinda is what it is. I will say, having a 30-point scorer like Embiid in a rotation spot certainly speaks to the depth and talent of this team, but in a playoff situation, there's no question that I'd rather have Moses and Chamberlain getting the majority of the minutes. For my second rotation spot, give me the 6'3" shooting guard Andrew Toney. This two-time All-Star was a solid and efficient offensive weapon for the 1983 76ers, and with 4 other players from that team, Toney will be right at home on this roster. For the third rotation spot, and my final spot on this roster, give me the point guard James Harden. Sure, his prime seasons were certainly with the Houston Rockets, but even since, Harden is simply too good to leave off the roster, and whether he's needed as a scorer or a distributor, he can have a massive impact off the bench. So here is a final look at my 13-man roster that to me represents the ultimate Philadelphia 76ers team. They may not be the most stacked franchise within this series, but they're certainly in the argument. First off, the starting point guard for the Bucks is the legendary Oscar Robertson. By the time Oscar arrived in Milwaukee, he was 32 years old and was no longer at the peak of his basketball abilities. But with that being said, he was still tremendously impactful in a multitude of ways, effectively scoring, rebounding, and assisting his way to an All-Star selection. Alongside of Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, he won the NBA championship in his very first season as a Buck. Given his veteran experience and his sound decision-making, I'm very comfortable making him the starting floor general of this all-time Bucks squad. Starting at the shooting guard will be the 6'5" sniper Ray Allen. He was in his early to mid-20s during his days with the Bucks, and this version of Allen was actually a solid combination of lethal perimeter shooting and a fantastic slasher, who would often finish plays well above the rim. Many people forget, or simply never knew, that the younger version of Allen was a superstar in his own right, who had the handles to take players off the dribble and had the athleticism to be a dominant scorer even inside of the painted area. Oscar will absolutely love finding Allen at the three-point line or as a slashing scorer. Starting as small forward is the perennial all-star Marcus Johnson. This 6'7" wing was an elite scorer and rebounder during his prime, averaging as high as 25 points and 10 rebounds in his first 2 seasons in the league. For a scoring small forward, he was one of the most efficient players of all time, hitting 51.8% of his shots throughout the totality of his career. And in 1979, when he averaged 25.6, he was hitting a remarkable 55% of his field goal attempts. Very few non-centers in league history have averaged that many points on that level of efficiency. Without question, his bread and butter was his mid-range jumper, but he was also fantastic at finishing at the rim through the contact. He would certainly be a major contributor for this starting unit. Starting at power forward is none other than the Greek freak, Giannis. You guys know all about this guy. A 7-foot athletic specimen who is one of the most intimidating two-way players of all time. He has 2 MVPs, he's a former Defensive Player of the Year, an NBA champion, and a dominant Finals MVP. For this group, Giannis will be providing plenty of facilitating, scoring, rebounding, and rim protection. He's not an elite perimeter shooter, but he'll certainly enjoy kicking the ball out to his other elite perimeter shooting teammates. On this roster, Giannis won't be leaned upon as heavily as he's used to, but I don't think it's something that would cause him any frustration. Starting at the center position is arguably the greatest center in basketball history, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Sure, he was most famous for his days with the Los Angeles Lakers, but without question, he was the most dominant during his time in Milwaukee, especially on the offensive end of the court. Obviously, this 7-2 MVP was one of the greatest centers of all time, as he was equipped with arguably the most unstoppable signature move ever, the skyhook shot. He was also a tremendous rim protector and had underappreciated quickness. At his individual best in 1972, he averaged nearly 35 points, over 16 rebounds, and nearly 5 assists, while being one of the most efficient players in the entire league. As a championship winner alongside of the great Oscar Robertson, he'll have an extra bit of chemistry with the starting point guard of the squad. Moving on to the second unit, the backup point guard will be the all-time great perimeter defender, Sidney Moncrief. Now Moncrief may be seen to some as a 2-guard rather than a 1, but he does have experience playing both positions well, and based on the roster needs of this unit, he'll be a better fit at point guard. Only one guard in NBA history has won the Defensive Player of the Year multiple times, and that is the 6'4" Moncrief. With that being said, you would be a fool to think that he could only play defense. On offense, he was a solid facilitator and a pretty reliable scorer, usually getting around 20 points per game on over 50% shooting. If Oscar or Allen are ever struggling with their defensive assignment in the starting unit, then Moncrief will be an impeccable substitution. The backup shooting guard will be the 6'6" shooter Michael Redd. Throughout the 2000s, Redd was one of the most lethal volume 3-point shooters in the entire league. Yet for some reason, he seems to have been widely forgotten by the basketball community. I certainly haven't forgot his abilities though, as you had to stay close to this man on the perimeter at all times. Otherwise, he would make you pay for it. He was never considered elite in any area other than as a scorer, but at his best in 2007, he was scoring 26.7 points per game while finishing in the top 10 in the league for 3-pointers attempted per game. Similar to Ray Allen's impact in the starting unit, Michael Redd will be the primary floor spacer for the second unit, as he'll do a fantastic job of keeping the defense honest. The backup small forward will be the 6'7" champion, Chris Middleton. This modern star has had a significant impact on the Bucks in recent years, and on this all-time squad, he'll be chipping in as well. Middleton gives this roster another valuable 3-point shooter and championship experience. Obviously, as a longtime teammate of Giannis, there will be some chemistry when those two players happen to find themselves on the floor together. The power forward for the second unit will be the 6'9" Terry Cummings. This former All-Star was a consistent double-double player, who was actually the team's leading scorer when they eliminated Michael Jordan and the Chicago Bulls in the 1985 playoffs, while averaging nearly 30 points per game over the series. During his era, he had elite ball handling and footwork that was extremely rare for a power forward. His jump shot was also extremely difficult to defend due to his pull-up jumper with an extremely high release point. He'll certainly be an offensive spark for his team off the bench. The backup center behind Kareem Abdul-Jabbar is the 6'11" beast, Vin Baker. Almost all of his All-Star appearances were made in his days in Milwaukee, and he was a consistent threat in the post as he was a fundamental player with solid footwork, which enabled him to get plenty of points in and around the paint. At his peak, he was averaging around 20 points and 10 rebounds, leading the Bucks in both categories. Now to finish up the roster with 3 rotation players. First off is the 6'6" small forward Bobby Dandridge. This two-way star won an NBA championship with the Bucks and with the Bullets. He was typically dropping around 20 points per game and 7 rebounds a game, while being a terrorizing perimeter player with his elite smothering defense. The second rotation player is the 2-time 6th Man of the Year, Ricky Pierce. This 6'4" shooting guard was a certified bucket, who was a tremendous scorer for his team. For example, in the 1989-1990 season, Pierce led his Bucks in scoring, averaging 23 points per game on 51% shooting, regardless of the fact that he didn't even start a single game that year, making him one of the few players in NBA history to lead his team in scoring as the 6th man. That efficient average of 23 points per game came in only 29 minutes per game. If this team ever found itself needing a solid offensive spark, then you can bet that Ricky would be coming off the bench gunning it. The last rotation spot goes to the big dog, Glenn Robinson. He was a 6'7" small forward who did a little bit of everything. Throughout his career, he averaged 20 points per game and was also chipping in as a quality rebounder. Defensively, he also had quick hands, as he was often leading the team in steals per game. At this point, I'm pretty convinced that this roster would have absolutely no issues scoring the basketball. But if so, Robinson would be yet another solid offensive spark off the bench. So here's a final look at the complete roster of this Ultimate Bucks team. This team is packed with amazing scorers, and many of them shot above 50% from the field. With elite shooters, the spacing would be pretty solid on this all-time squad. And beyond that, there is a multitude of elite and stifling defenders, ready to make life hell for the opposing team. Here is my list of honorable mentions for the Bucks, should any of these players have made the roster instead. Starting at the point guard position is the sensational and explosive Derrick Rose. His peak may have been short-lived, but before the ACL tear, he was one of the best players in the entire league, as he was the youngest MVP winner in NBA history, securing the award at just the age of 22. Not only was he one of the fastest players in the game, but his ability to finish around the rim was absolutely lethal, as he had a dangerous layup package and amazing mid-air body control, reminiscent of another former great out of Chicago. In his heyday, he was the floor general of a strong and defensively minded Bulls team, and on the Ultimate Squad, it will be more of the same, except just a million times better. Starting at the shooting guard position is a guy who was pretty decent at basketball, Michael Jordan. What do I have to say that you guys don't already know? MJ is arguably the greatest two-way player in basketball history, as he has 10 scoring titles and 9 first-team all-defensive selections. Basically, all the post scoring will be covered thanks to this 6'6" guard, and with Jordan's clutch gene providing his playoff scoring average of 33 points per game, he'll certainly make Chicago a force to be reckoned with, regardless of who they're matched up against. At the starting small forward is the 6'7" slasher Scottie Pippen. Right next to Jordan, Pippen will make the perimeter defense an absolute nightmare for opposing guards. But beyond that, Pippen will help the Bulls execute in transition. And between Rose, Jordan, and Scottie, they'll have one of the most terrifying fast break trios of all time. I wouldn't necessarily describe Derrick Rose as a pure point guard, so when it comes to facilitating, Scottie's contributions will be very appreciated as basically a point forward. Starting at power forward for this Chicago group is the man they call the Worm, Dennis Rodman. As if this team wasn't already stacked enough on the defensive end, Rodman provides yet another player who can claim to be an all-time great defender. Even against some of the other Ultimate franchise teams, the Bulls will still likely be winning the Battle of the Boards, as Dennis was the best rebounder throughout the 1990s, nearly getting as high as 20 rebounds per game over the course of multiple seasons. He won't be providing much offense, But with the wings on this roster, it's not like it's even necessary for their success. Now finally, we move away from the 96 Bulls, and starting at the center position will be the underrated center of the 1970s, Artis Gilmore. This 7'2" monster in the paint joined the Bulls in 1976 at the age of 27, and at his best, he was averaging about 23 points per game and 13 rebounds a game. Along with that, he was also a fierce rim protector, which is something the Bulls never had during their dynasty days of the 1990s. Obviously, he will be a massive upgrade from Luke Longley, which I'm sure Jordan and Pippen will appreciate. Now onto the second unit. The backup point guard will be the 6'3" sharpshooter Steve Kerr. Although the Bulls bolster a ridiculously powerful starting five, you may have noticed that one of the major things the roster was lacking so far is three-point shooting, and Kerr is simply one of the most efficient three-point shooters in the history of the game. At his best in 1995 and 1996, he shot over 50% from three-point distance in back-to-back seasons. With his remarkable ability to catch and shoot with extreme lethality, he will operate as a great floor spacer for a team packed with many dynamic wing slashers. The backup point guard will be the 6'7" wing Jimmy Butler. Although he's become most famous in his years since, many people often forget that the highest scoring season of Butler's career was actually in his youth in Chicago. In 2017, he actually averaged 24, 6, and 5 while hitting nearly 37% of his three-point attempts, which will be pivotal to this team. Jimmy Butler being the substitution for Michael Jordan basically means that opposing defenses will never be able to relax at any point of the game. The backup small forward is the 6'5" scorer DeMar DeRozan. He's only been with the Bulls for the last couple of seasons, but in that time, he's been an elite weapon offensively, averaging a career-high 27.9 points per game in 2022. If for some reason Scottie is struggling offensively, DeRozan will be a massive charge to the offense off the bench. The backup power forward will be the 6'8" star from the 1970s, Bob Love. Bob is one of the great forgotten two-way players of NBA history, as he made 3 All-Defense teams and was an elite scoring 4, getting as high as 25.8 points per game in 1972. He was a solid rebounder, meaning that he'll be a great substitution for Rodman as the Bulls continue to dominate on the boards. The backup center for the Bulls will be the 6'11" All-Star Joakim Noah. This guy was a consistent double-double player in his days alongside of Derrick Rose. Noah was also a frustrating presence in the paint defensively, and over the course of his career, he secured 3 All-Defense Team selections, including the 2014 season where he won the Defensive Player of the Year. Between Rodman, Gilmore, Bob Love, and Noah, there will never be a safe time for opposing teams to enter the painted area. And now for the 3 rotation players for this squad. The first of these 3 players is the 6'10" small forward Toni Kukoc. This talented wing will provide the Bulls with much needed perimeter shooting, and as a solid ball handler, he's very capable of making plays for himself or for others. Add in the fact that he's one of the best clutch shot makers on the entire team, and he might even see some minutes in crunch time. The second rotation player is the 6'10" power forward Horace Grant. He was a consistent double-double during his prime, and was the Bulls' 3rd scoring option after Jordan and Pippen. He will provide low post stability for the team, both offensively and with the loose balls. The 3rd rotation spot, and the final spot on this roster, goes to the 6'3" shooting guard Ben Gordon. This guy was an absolute bucket in his prime, consistently averaging around 20 points per game. He was an elite 3-point shooter who made 40% of his attempts over the course of his career. He would usually take his game to another level in the postseason, which will be an added bonus to this team of postseason regulars. So here's a final look at the complete roster of this Ultimate Bulls team. Obviously, you have some of the greatest players of all time on this roster, but I gotta admit, the one major scary theme about this squad seems to be their suffocating defense, as both units provide some intimidating two-way threats. Here is my list of honorable mentions for the Bulls. To be honest, picking the final 3 roster spots for this group was extremely tough, considering the quality of ballers who are still left on the board. Starting at the point guard position is the 6-foot, 4-time All-Star Mark Price. In the late 80s and early 90s, this guy was so ahead of his time, as he was a very efficient dual threat in terms of his scoring and facilitating. During his prime, he was among the league leaders in assists per game, getting as high as 10.4 in 1991. The part I personally remember him for the most is his elite shooting all over the court. Several players get praised for having single seasons of 50-40-90 percentages. But then there's Mark Price, who was just a few ticks short of 50-40-90 splits for his entire 12-year career. With his incredible handle and with his remarkable pull-up three-point jumper, he was really similar to Steph Curry stylistically and in terms of his skills. I'm very confident that he should be the floor general of this ultimate Cavs group. Starting at shooting guard is the elite 6'2" scorer, Kyrie Irving. I understand that technically, Kyrie is usually recognized as a 1 instead of a 2. But the thing is, Kyrie has spent some time in his career at the shooting guard position, and Price and Irving are both so good in their own right that you kinda need them starting on the floor together. At the shooting guard spot, Kyrie will be able to focus on doing what he loves most, getting buckets. And with this backcourt, producing points will never be an issue for the starting unit. At small forward is the most obvious choice, maybe ever, LeBron James. The only thing that's up for debate with this pick is which version of LeBron to pick, the pre-Miami Heat version or the post-Miami version. Personally, I want the post version, who was better in the postseason and had a legendary playoff run in 2018. With the Kings scoring, rebounding, and playmaking, he'll be making this team a considerable force regardless of which other ultimate teams they're up against. There's a couple great choices for the starting power forward, but personally, I'm going with Kevin Love. Love has pre-existing chemistry and experience with LeBron and Kyrie, so from an X's and O's standpoint, he'll be a seamless fit in this starting unit. I also wanted a starter who could be considered as a stretch 4, and give Mark Price another capable perimeter shooter for him to facilitate too. Obviously, Love's prime years were in Minnesota, but make no mistake, he was still tremendously impactful in his first couple seasons in Cleveland. And beyond shooting, his ability to clean up the boards will be greatly appreciated as well. Starting at center is the underrated and underappreciated 7-footer Brad Daugherty. For a while, Brad was the co-star of Mark Price, and the tandem had the Cavs looking like perennial dark horse contenders in the Eastern Conference. He made 5 All-Star teams in his time in Cleveland, and he was putting up monstrous double-doubles on a nightly basis, as he usually averaged an efficient 20 points and 10 rebounds during his peak years. In Cleveland, LeBron James has never played with a center as impressive as Daugherty, and he will certainly be thrilled with the opportunity to throw lob passes to an athletically elite big man down low. Now for the second unit. The backup point guard will be the NBA Hall of Famer Lenny Wilkens. He was one of the great left-handed players of history. He's known mostly for his earlier years outside of Cleveland, but even at the age of 35 when he joined the Cavs, he still remained a top-tier floor general in the league. In that first season with the team, he averaged about 20 points, 8 assists, and 5 rebounds on 45% shooting. With his solid ball handling, his elite court vision, and with his sound decision making, this second unit will certainly be in good hands. The backup shooting guard is the 6'6" champion Ron Harper. Although he's most famous for his championship days as a member of the Chicago Bulls starting 5, without question his best days individually came well before that. Even in just his rookie season with Cleveland, Harper was tearing up opposing defenses, averaging about 23 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists, while being among the league leaders in steals per game. In his youth, Harper was actually quite the athlete, as he would often finish high above the rim, dunking on some of the best rim protectors the league had to offer. The backup small forward is the former All-Star Mike Mitchell. In the early 1980s, this 6'7" wing was a master of the mid-range game, as he had excellent footwork and a lethal pull-up jumper. He wasn't the fastest or most explosive player, but he had a great understanding of the fundamentals and used it to be the leading scorer of his team. At his best in 1981, he averaged about 24.5 points and 6 rebounds on 48% shooting from the field. He'll be a tremendous spark off the bench for this group. The backup power forward is one of the most jaw-dropping athletes within the history of the franchise, Larry Nance. This 6'10" high flyer was actually the first dunk contest winner in the 1984 competition. But beyond the fact that he was a walking highlight, he was actually a pretty solid all-around player as well. In his days in Cleveland, he made 2 All-Star teams and was an NBA All-Defender. Thanks to his leaping ability and his high defensive IQ, his rim protection was remarkable, as he got as high as 3 blocks per game in 1992, while averaging about 17 points and 8 rebounds per game. Although he's technically backing up Kevin Love on this ultimate team, he's certainly good enough to steal the majority of the minutes. The backup center is the 7'3" Lithuanian Zydrunas Ilgauskas. When people say that LeBron played with absolute trash during his finals run in 2007, the player I'm most annoyed on behalf of is Zydrunas. The skilled and methodical big man was genuinely in the conversation of the top centers in the Eastern Conference for some time, as he made 2 All-Star teams in Cleveland. At his best, he was averaging 17 points and 8 rebounds, while being a reliable rim protector. Whenever Doherty will need a break, Ilgauskas will be more than ready to pick up the slack. Now onto the 3 rotation players. The first of the 3 players is the underrated point guard Andre Miller. Miller spent the first 3 years of his career in Cleveland, but he didn't hesitate to have an immediate impact. His best season with the Cavs was in 2002, when he averaged about 16 points, 11 assists, and 5 rebounds on 45% shooting. That year, he actually led the entire league in assists per game, ahead of all-time great distributors like Jason Kidd, John Stockton, Gary Payton, and Steve Nash. With point guards ahead of him on this roster like Mark Price and Lenny Wilkins, it will be hard for Miller to get a tremendous amount of minutes. But I also wouldn't be surprised to see him being the best player on the court every once in a while. The second rotation player is the 6'4" shooting guard Austin Carr. During the 1970s, Carr was an absolute problem for opposing defenses, as he usually averaged around 20 points per game. He was an NBA All-Star in 1974, regardless of the fact that his Cavs had one of the worst records in the entire league. The third rotation player and the final player on this roster is the 6'9" power forward / center Cliff Robinson, not to be mixed up with the former Blazers All-Star Clifford Robinson. Cliff Robinson of the Cavs was a powerful beast down low, and at his best in 1983, he was averaging about 18 points and 11 rebounds on 48% shooting. So here's a final look at the complete roster of this ultimate Cavs team. I doubt anyone watching this video was expecting this roster to be competitive with the other ultimate teams in this series. But I'm not gonna lie, this team is sneaky good, especially when it comes to their incredible rotation of floor generals. Add in Kyrie, LeBron, and some other underrated contributors, and I could certainly envision this team being a tougher matchup than anyone expected. Here is my long list of honorable mentions for this franchise. Should any of these players have made the roster instead? Starting at the point guard position is the 6'1" 4-time All-Star Rajon Rondo. I think a lot of people forget just how good this guy was in his prime. That's partially because of this weird dynamic where he was way younger than the Celtics' Big Three, so as Pierce, Garnett, and Allen were all declining, Rondo was only getting better. For a few years, he was actually sneaking his way into the conversation of the best point guards in the league, as he led the NBA in assists per game on 3 separate occasions, getting as high as 11.7 in 2012. He was also an elite defensive player, who was regularly among the league leaders in steals per game, and he earned 4 All-Defense Team selections. Don't forget how he was one of the most clutch players in the entire league, regularly putting up jaw-dropping stat lines in the playoffs. With so many offensive weapons in this starting lineup, they'll all be eating well with a prime Rondo doing the orchestrating. Starting at shooting guard is the 6'5" legend John Havlicek. This former superstar is certainly worthy of a spot on this starting unit, as he was an 8-time NBA champion, a 13-time All-Star, and made 11 All-NBA teams. He was also the very definition of a two-way player, as he made 8 All-Defense teams while filling up the stat sheet on offense. Specifically, in 1971, he averaged 29 points, 9 rebounds, and 7 assists on 45% shooting from the field. Simply put, he had all-around offensive skills that were way ahead of his time, and Bill Russell often leaned upon Havlicek to carry the offense for the Celtics. He was also quite the clutch performer, and was even the Finals MVP in 1974. Rondo will certainly love feeding this legend the basketball on a frequent basis. Starting at the small forward spot is, of course, Larry Bird. What is there to say about this legend that you guys don't already know? Bird was excellent at just about everything on the court. He was the epitome of efficient, as he was regularly getting around 50-40-90 percentages. He was an elite scorer, he was an all-time great rebounder, he was one of the greatest passing forwards in NBA history, and he was an underrated defensive player, making 3 All-Defense teams, including 3rd place in the DPOY race in 1983. So far, every single player in this starting unit is basically the definition of clutch, which shouldn't be totally surprising considering how many championship banners they have. Starting at power forward is the man they called the torture chamber, Kevin McHale. You could certainly make an argument for a different starting power forward, but due to his chemistry with Bird, I thought he'd be perfect with this group. The 6'10 McHale probably had the greatest footwork for a big in league history by any player not named Hakeem Olajuwon. In the post with his back to the basket, he was nearly unstoppable, and he was ridiculously efficient, as he had the highest single-season scoring average in NBA history for any player who shot at least 60% from the field and 80% from the free throw line. Continuing the theme of this squad so far, he was a remarkable two-way player, as his rumored 8-foot-long wingspan made him an intimidating defensive force in the paint, and because of that, he actually earned 6 All-Defense team selections in his time in Boston. Starting at the center position is the game's ultimate winner, Bill Russell. As if this team didn't have enough defense already, in comes Bill Russell, who led the league in defensive win shares in 10 out of his 13 seasons. Along with the fact that he was probably the greatest defensive player of all time, he was also a top 3 rebounder, who would regularly dominate the boards thanks to his tremendous strength, IQ, and his world-class leaping ability. He was also a solid passer and a remarkably unselfish team player, which will be fantastic for this ultimate squad, with plenty of talent and plenty of egos. I know this word is getting redundant, but Russell was about as clutch as it gets, as he won all 10 of the Game 7s he participated in, which is a major reason why he got his 11 championship trophies. Now let's move on to the second unit. The backup point guard is the man known as the Houdini of the hardwood, Bob Cousy. This legend from the 1950s and 60s was the mesmerizing floor general of his time. Even with the more restrictive dribbling rules of his era, he had a fantastic handle of the basketball and incredible court vision. He actually led the NBA in assists per game for a whopping 8 straight seasons, which is easily the most in NBA history. His one major flaw was actually a flaw of his era, and that was the fact that he had a terrible field goal percentage, as the general basketball player was learning proper mechanics of the jump shot, and sometimes they didn't even jump. Because of this, Cousy would not look to be a scorer in this second unit, but that won't be a concern as he'll have plenty of elite offensive weapons to facilitate too. The backup shooting guard is the Celtics scoring superstar Paul Pierce. When people think of Pierce at his absolute best, they usually think of his Finals MVP performance in the 2008 Finals. But the thing is, that was actually well after his individual prime, as the younger Pierce had much more speed and explosiveness. He got as high as 26.9 points per game in 2006, getting the majority of those points as a one-on-one nightmare for opposing defenders. The truth will provide this second unit with some all-time great slashing and great three-point shooting, while being a solid go-to option in late-game situations. The backup small forward will be the modern 6'8 superstar Jason Tatum. For any reason, if the ultimate Celtics ever need a scoring spark off the bench, this man will be a lock to provide it, as he was a 30 points per game scorer in the 22-23 season. Alongside of Paul Pierce, second unit defenses will be completely overwhelmed by this perimeter attack. Tatum also gives Kuzi another decent 3-point shooter to facilitate too, which will be a tremendous help for spacing for this squad. The backup power forward is the one they call the big ticket, Kevin Garnett. This guy will be battling with Kevin McHale for the majority of the minutes at the 4 spot, and McHale will certainly have his hands full trying to keep his starting spot, as Garnett was the Defensive Player of the Year immediately in his first season with Boston. KG will provide a tremendous amount of energy, intensity, and leadership on the defensive end of the floor, but he'll also be making a tremendous impact on the boards. Although his prime days were certainly in Minnesota, there's no question that the Boston version of Garnett was still a massive difference maker. The backup center will be the 1973 MVP, Dave Cowens. This 6'9" beast was averaging around 20 points and 15 rebounds throughout his prime, as he did a solid job of taking the torch from Bill Russell as the anchor of the team down low. Now on this ultimate unit, he'll be doing more of the same, as he'll be taking over the center position in the rare instances where Bill Russell actually has to go to the bench. In total, Cowens was an 8-time All-Star with the Celtics, and he made 3 All-Defense teams, further bolstering this team's greatest strength. Now onto the 3 rotation spots. And let me tell you, narrowing down these 3 final roster spots was incredibly difficult. The first rotation spot goes to one of the greatest shooters of all time, Ray Allen. I absolutely hated the fact that Allen wasn't a starter or in the official second unit, but if anything, that just speaks to the ridiculous depth of the wings for the ultimate Celtics. If there's ever a time where Boston is desperate for effective perimeter shooting, then Allen will come into the game absolutely gunning it. He'll always be an option whenever the team is looking for ways to open up the floor and create more scoring opportunities. The next rotation player is the 6'4" shooting guard, Sam Jones. Imagine winning 10 championship rings as often the #1 scoring option on your squad, yet you're reduced to a rotation spot on the ultimate squad. That is the depth of this Celtics team. Jones was so far ahead of his time, as he had a smooth pull-up jumper and absolutely loved to run the pick and roll with Bill Russell. On several occasions, Jones would explode for 50-point games in the playoffs, which allowed the all-time great Bill Russell to focus all of his energy on defense and rebounding. On a team that has no shortage of defense, Jones will be a massive boost of offense off the bench. The last rotation spot goes to the 9-time All-Star Robert Parrish. This 7'1" star was a pivotal part of the Celtics dynasty in the 1980s. At his best in 1982, he was averaging nearly 20 points and 11 rebounds, and thanks to his consistent contributions, he was able to win 3 championship rings with the team. He's gonna have a hard time finding minutes with Bill Russell and Dave Cowens ahead of him, but with a few opportunities he'll get, the painted area will be in good hands. So here's a final look at the complete roster of the ultimate Celtics team. The defensive strength on this roster is utterly terrifying, and the IQ and experience on this team is insane as well, as they're loaded with winners and clutch performers. When it's all said and done, this may just be the greatest ultimate team of them all, but we'll have to finish this series before anything becomes official. Here is my long list of honorable mentions for this franchise. I gotta admit, it kinda makes me sick to my stomach that guys like Dennis Johnson and JoJo White had to be left off the roster. But seriously, who the hell was I supposed to replace? It's simply a near impossible roster to happily finalize. Starting at the point guard position is arguably the greatest point guard to never win a championship, Chris Paul. Although I believe his best days were in New Orleans, CP3 was still an absolute problem in his time in Los Angeles, and at his LA peak in 2014, he was simultaneously leading the league in assists and steals. He's one of the all-time great two-way point guards, as he had a ridiculously high offensive IQ while being a frustrating nuisance for opposing floor generals. Considering the incredible talent he'll be playing with on this ultimate squad, Paul will probably get a major bump in assists per game just off of the lob passes alone. Starting as shooting guard is the 6'8" wing, Paul George. Just like Chris Paul, PG-13 will be an impactful player on both ends of the court, as he is an athletically gifted scorer but also made 4 all-defense teams throughout his career. In his career with the Clippers, he's been shooting about 39% from three-point range on nearly 8 attempts per game. Whether it will be his thunderous slams or his wide-open three-point attempts, he'll be a consistent recipient of Chris Paul's elite facilitating. Starting at small forward is the two-time champion Kawhi Leonard. Getting him on the floor healthy may be difficult at times, but when he's out there, he's one of the premier superstar players within the league. Between CP3, Paul George, and Kawhi, the Ultimate Clippers will have one of the most intimidating perimeter defenses within this entire series. And then on offense, Kawhi will enjoy the less defensive attention, thanks to his starting supporting talent. At his Los Angeles best in 2020, he was averaging about 27 points, 7 rebounds, and 5 assists on 47% shooting. On top of that, he's been completely lethal from three-point range, hitting 40% of his three-point shots since he joined the Clippers. Starting at power forward is Chris Paul's favorite lob recipient, Blake Griffin. The 6'9" Griffin was an absolute beast in his early 20s with the Clippers, as he quickly established himself as one of the most explosive above-the-rim finishers in NBA history. As this roster is currently panning out, opposing rim protectors will never be safe. At Griffin's best in 2014, he averaged about 24 points and nearly 10 rebounds on 53% shooting. The pre-existing chemistry with Chris Paul will certainly work in his favor, and with the combination of Leonard and George drawing more attention, Griffin will have some of the most open lanes to the rim that he's ever seen. Starting at center is one of the 75 greatest players of all time, the 6'9" Bob McAdoo. Technically, he was a member of the Buffalo Braves before they became the Clippers. For a few years in the 1970s, he was actually rivaling Kareem Abdul-Jabbar for the title of the best player in the NBA. He was the league MVP in 1975, and he actually won 3 straight scoring titles from 1974 to 1976. At his individual best in 1975, he averaged over 34 points and 14 rebounds on 51% shooting, and he did this with his remarkable mid-range artistry. With his stellar footwork and with his smooth jump shot, McAdoo will be the leading offensive star for this all-time group. Now let's go to the second unit. The backup point guard is the veteran floor general, Sam Cassell. Although Sam I Am was 36 years old at the time he joined the Clippers, he remained an elite player and was tremendously impactful for their playoff run in 2006. That season, he averaged 17 points, 6 assists, and 4 rebounds on 44% shooting. As a dual threat, and with his championship experience, he'll be a quality orchestrator for the second unit. With the tremendous weapons at his disposal, Cassell will have one of the most productive assists per game seasons he's ever experienced. The backup shooting guard is the 6'2" gunner, World B. Free. This guy was extremely dangerous when he got hot, and at his peak in 1980, he averaged 30 points and 4 assists on 47% shooting. Coming off the bench, he'll be not just an offensive spark, but an offensive inferno, as he was a quick guard with a remarkable change of pace. From an efficiency standpoint, he was also pretty reliable as a three-point shooter, which will naturally create more floor space to operate for the second unit. He had the confidence in his jumper to pull up from just about anywhere on the court, and that will be a nice addition to this mostly defensively minded team. The backup small forward will be the man known as the human highlight film, Dominique Wilkins. He didn't spend a tremendous amount of time in Los Angeles after he was traded there, but in his short 25-game stint with the Clippers at the age of 34, he averaged a monstrous 29 points and 7 rebounds on 45% shooting. This was after his Achilles tear, but right alongside of the great Kevin Durant, he had one of the greatest comebacks from an Achilles injury that the league has ever seen. Despite his age and injury history, Wilkins still retained much of his explosiveness from his youth. And with great passers like Chris Paul and Sam Cassell on the roster, Dominique will be a dangerous threat in transition and when slashing to the basket. The backup power forward is the 6'9" beast Elton Brand. He didn't have the greatest longevity, as he only made 2 All-Star teams in his entire career, but at his best in the 05-06 season, Brand led his Clippers to an overachieving playoff run, as he averaged nearly 25 points, 10 rebounds, and 2.5 blocks on 52.7% shooting. He'll make a fantastic substitution for Blake Griffin, seeing how he has a different approach to the game and prefers to assert his dominance with less athleticism, but more strength and bullying in the paint. With that being said, he did have a really quick first step, and would often catch the defender off guard with his remarkable quickness. The backup center is the 6'11" monster DeAndre Jordan. He was never a great scorer, and he was a tremendous liability from the free throw line. But he was also one of the greatest lob threats in NBA history, and was also a dominating presence on the boards, as he led the league in rebounds per game twice, getting as high as 15 rebounds per game in 2015. He was also a solid rim protector who made 2 all-defense teams in Los Angeles. Bob McAdoo will certainly be the anchor of the offense at the center position. But if a more tenacious defensive presence is ever needed, then Jordan will be a stellar substitution. And now for the 3 rotation players for this franchise. The first is the 6'3" shooting guard Randy Smith. Throughout the 1970s, this guy always played with hustle and heart. He was incredibly fast, he had a solid handle of the basketball, and was absolutely relentless about attacking the rim. At his best in 1978, he averaged nearly 25 points, 6 assists, 4 rebounds, and 2 steals on 46% shooting. He was also the All-Star Game MVP that season as well. The second rotation player is the 6'10" power forward Danny Manning. This 2-time All-Star had a solid jump shot up to 20 feet out, and was one of those rare bigs of the 1990s who could actually stretch the floor on offense. He was a graceful player and a fundamentally sound scorer, who was great at running the floor and finishing with his solid athleticism. At his best in 1993, he was averaging about 23 points and 7 rebounds on 51% shooting. He tended to get in foul trouble quite a bit, but when he was out there, he was always incredibly impactful on offense. The third rotation player and the last player on the roster is the 6'6" combo guard Ron Harper. He was famous for being the starting point guard of the 1996 Chicago Bulls, but in his more youthful days in Los Angeles, he was a premier scorer and was consistently among the league leaders in steals per game. During that 4-year stretch, he averaged just short of 20 points per game while putting up 5 rebounds, 5 assists, and 2 steals. On this roster, he'll be yet another dangerous player who can finish above the rim with regularity. So here's a final look at the complete roster of this Ultimate Clippers team. I'm pretty sure no one expected this team to be among the best teams in this series. But honestly, considering their losing history and their somewhat shorter existence, I'm actually surprised they're as decent as they are. Their biggest issue appears to be their health concerns, as most of their starters have a history of missing many games. But assuming they're all available, then they're actually quite formidable. Here is my list of honorable mentions for this franchise, should any of these players have made the roster instead. Starting at the point guard position is the 6'3" highlight machine Ja Morant. He's only 24 years old and is still establishing his legacy in the NBA, but regardless, he's easily the best point guard in the history of this franchise. With his tremendous scoring and solid facilitating, he'll be a dangerous two-way threat for this all-time squad. He'll set the tone for what will be a youthful team, and with him leading the way at the point, there should never be a time where they're lacking energy and effort. Starting as shooting guard is the 6'4" harasser, Tony Allen. Obviously, Allen was not an offensive specialist, as he only averaged 8 points in his career on 47% shooting from the field. But what he was is one of the greatest defensive players in NBA history. Statistically, he wasn't the type to get a ton of blocks or steals, but he was the type to smother the opposing star guards with his incredible on-ball defense. According to Kobe Bryant, Tony Allen was the toughest defender he's ever played against, and the numbers back up that statement, as the Mamba only shot 42% from the field and 28% from the three-point line when playing against Tony Allen. For his career, Allen made a total of 6 All-Defense teams, which only a few guards have ever achieved. Starting at small forward is the 6'9" star Shareef Abdur-Rahim. This talented scorer was fantastic in the post with his back to the basket. Back in his days with Vancouver, he was usually averaging around 20 points and 8 rebounds, around 46% shooting. In an era packed with strong and physical forwards, Shareef was a more skillful, finesse kind of player. With his quickness, he would often beat his man off the dribble and get to the rim before the help defender could respond. He was consistently a borderline all-star during his prime, and he'll certainly be a massive contributor for this all-time group. Starting at power forward is the 7-foot Spaniard Pau Gasol. As good as he was in Los Angeles, you could certainly argue that his peak was in his youth in Memphis. During his years with the Grizzlies, he averaged about 19 points, 9 rebounds, 3 assists, and 2 blocks on 51% shooting. One thing this squad will have is a tremendous amount of size, and more often than not, the 7-foot Pau will enjoy a mismatch in his favor at the power forward position. With his tremendous skills and with his reliable mid-range shooting, he'll be one of the key factors for the potential success of this group. Starting at center is the brother of Pau, Marc Gasol. This 6'11" big man was extremely similar to his starting brother, but although Pau was slightly more skilled offensively and had more moves in his bag, Marc was certainly the more formidable defensive player, and his rim protection will be vital to this team's chances. He was a 3-time All-Star during his time in Memphis, and he was the League's Defensive Player of the Year in 2013. Although he was second to Pau, Marc was still a very capable scorer in his own right, as he averaged as high as 19.5 points per game in 2017. This brother combo won't necessarily be punishing any defenders physically, but at the very least, the interior defense will have to be on alert at all times, with these two crafty Grizzlies doing work. Now let's move to the second unit. The backup point guard will be the 6'1" veteran Mike Conley. When he relieves Ja Morant off the bench, he'll certainly be a change of pace, as Conley relies less on his athleticism and more so on a solid offensive IQ and a sound decision making. He's a much slower, methodical player who will do an excellent job of leading the offense for the second unit. Back in 2017, he was averaging 20 points and 6 assists on 46% shooting, and an elite 40.8% from three-point range, which is key for this team considering the fact that they've been pretty lacking in the perimeter shooting up to this point. He's also a reliable defensive guard, as he made the NBA's All-Defense team in 2013. The backup shooting guard is the 6'8" sniper Mike Miller. I feel like this guy is better than most people remember. Miller was a part of the super team Miami Heat with LeBron, Wade, and Bosh, but at that point, he was just a shell of what he once was. During his best years in Memphis, he won the Rookie of the Year and the Sixth Man of the Year in 2006. Simply put, he was one of the most dangerous shooters in the entire league, and specifically in the 06-07 season, he averaged 18 points, 5 rebounds, and 4 assists on 46% shooting. He also had the third highest average in the league for three-pointers attempted per game, while hitting a stellar 40.6% of his attempts. His ability to spread the floor will be a massive help to this roster, and it might even earn him some extra minutes with the starters. The backup small forward is the tremendously talented Rudy Gay. This 6'8" scorer had a fantastic handle on the basketball and was remarkable in isolation situations. He was tremendously athletic with an impressive vertical leap, and if you were not careful as a defender, he may just emphatically posterize you with a thunderous slam. With his ability to create good looks for himself, Rudy was a fantastic option in late game situations and hit quite a few clutch shots during his career. At his best in 2008, he averaged 20 points and 6 rebounds on 46% shooting from the field. If the starting unit ever needs a quick boost of offense, then Rudy will be a great substitution who will come out firing. The backup power forward is the 6'9", 250-pound beast, Zach Randolph. Honestly, it kinda pained me to leave this guy out of the starting unit. But with the Gasol brothers holding down the positions in the paint, he'll just have to be the best player off the bench. Zebo was a low-post machine who could use his strength to back down players at will, and had a tremendously soft touch with his mid-range jumpers. He was a 2-time All-Star in Memphis, and at his best in 2011, he averaged 20 points and 12 rebounds on 50% shooting from the field. If a finesse approach isn't working for either of the Gasol brothers, then Randolph will be the appropriate substitution with a meaner approach. The backup center is the modern-day defensive dynamo Jaren Jackson Jr. He only recently turned 24 years old, yet he's already a Defensive Player of the Year winner, he's made 2 All-Defense teams, and he's led the league in blocks per game twice, getting as high as 3 in the 2022-2023 season. Considering his elite ability to protect the rim, he'll probably be eating well into the Gasol brothers' minutes. Especially when Marc Gasol and Jackson are out on the floor together, opposing teams are going to have a stressful time trying to score in the paint. Now for the 3 rotation players. The first is the 6'1" point guard Mike Bibby. In his time as Vancouver's floor general, Bibby was a reliable dual threat who could pull up and drain jumpers from anywhere on the court. At his best in 2001, he averaged 16 points and 8 assists on 45% shooting. With solid options ahead of him like Morant and Conley, there won't usually be many minutes available, but if he's ever needed, he'll be there, considering the fact that he never missed a game in his career as a Grizzly. The second rotation player is the 6'8" small forward Shane Battier. From the day this guy entered the league, he was always a solid 3-and-D player, as he made 2 All-Defense team appearances thanks to his relentless hustle and his tremendous length. He made 38% of his 3-point attempts in Memphis, and he'll be relied upon for his 3-point shooting with this group as well. The last rotation spot goes to the man known as Big Country, Bryant Reeves. This 7-foot, 275-pound center was an intimidating force in the late 1990s, as he used his size and power to occasionally oppose his will on smaller defensive players. At his best in the 96-97 season, he averaged 16 points and 8 rebounds on 49% shooting. Seeing how the best advantage for this Grizzlies team is their size, I thought I might as well lean into it with the addition of Reeves. So here's a final look at the complete roster of this Ultimate Grizzlies team. One thing to consider is how this franchise has only existed since 1995, which means they've had significantly less time to accumulate talent. Regardless, this is how they stack up. Let me know in the comments section how this Ultimate team would do in the Ultimate 30-team league. Also, here's my list of honorable mentions. Should any of these players have made the roster instead? Starting at the point guard position is the 6'1" perimeter shooter, Trae Young. Seeing how he's a modern day player who's still in his mid-20s, you're all familiar with this guy. Trae is usually among the top 10 players in the league in both points and assists per game. As a dual threat, he'll be perfectly suited to run the floor for this all-time talented group. Thanks to his perimeter shooting, he'll be creating plenty of space for his dynamic wing teammates to operate. Starting at the shooting guard spot is a man who was ahead of his time, Pistol Pete Maravich. This 6'5" sharpshooter loved to run the fast break, and with his remarkable highlight-worthy passes, he'll be helping Trae Young find all of the open players on the court. He had a remarkable handle of the basketball and had a lethal pull-up jumper even as far as 3-point range. He made 2 All-Star teams with the Atlanta Hawks, and at his best in 1974, he averaged nearly 28 points, 5 assists, 5 rebounds, and 1.5 steals on roughly 46% shooting from the field. Starting at small forward is the one they call the human highlight film, Dominique Wilkins. He's most remembered for his insane dunks both in the actual games and in the NBA's dunk contests. But simply put, he was one of the greatest scorers in NBA history. He led the NBA in scoring in 1986, averaging about 30 points, 8 rebounds, and 2 steals on 47% shooting. He was a franchise superstar who would often go head-to-head in solo battles with the best players in the league, like Larry Bird and Michael Jordan, and oftentimes Dominique would come out on top with a better individual performance. With great passers in the starting unit like Trae Young and Pete Maravich, Dominique will be eating well, consistently putting up a highlight show at the rim. Starting at power forward is the 11-time All-Star Bob Pettit. Not only is he arguably the greatest player in franchise history, but Pettit is also one of the greatest power forwards of all time, as he won 2 league MVPs, 2 scoring titles, and an NBA championship, all as a St. Louis Hawk. This 6'9" star will do an excellent job of cleaning up the boards and providing additional low-post scoring. At his individual best in 1959, he averaged a league-leading 29 points, 16 rebounds, and 3 assists on 44% shooting from the field. It's also worth mentioning that he was an NBA All-Star in every single season of his career, so without question, he'll be providing both quality and consistency for this all-time group. Starting at center is the all-time great rim protector, Dikembe Mutombo. I figured that this starting unit was already overpowered enough with offensively minded players, so down low they'll have one of the greatest defensive players of all time, who built his entire legacy off of denying slashers at the rim. Not only did Mutombo win 2 Defensive Player of the Year awards in Atlanta, but he was also a league-leading rebounder. Specifically, in the 99-2000 season, he averaged 11 points, 14 rebounds, and over 3 blocks on 56% shooting from the field. With great playmakers on the squad, this 7'2" Mountain will make a great recipient for all the lob passes coming his way. Now let's look at the second unit. The backup point guard will be the 9-time All-Star Lenny Wilkens. With Trae Young as the starter, the Hawks have a floor general who will often look to score for himself. But if a more traditional pure point guard is ever needed, then Lenny will be a fantastic substitution. He was solid at finding his open teammates, and when he chose to keep it for himself, he was a remarkable finisher around the rim. At his St. Louis best in 1968, he averaged about 20 points, 8 assists, and 5 rebounds on 44% shooting. The backup shooting guard is the NBA Hall of Famer Lou Hudson. Sweet Lou was 6 foot 5 inches tall, and he had a silky smooth jump shot that made him one of the best scorers in the league throughout the 1970s. In the instances where he and Pete Maravich share the floor together, they'll have a tremendous amount of chemistry as they functioned well as teammates in the 1970s. He made 6 All-Star teams, which were all with Atlanta, and at his best in 1973, he averaged 27 points, 6 rebounds, and 3 assists on 48% shooting. He'll certainly be a guaranteed surge of offense every time he comes in off the bench. The backup small forward is another guy who has no problems getting buckets, ISO Joe Johnson. This 6'7" wing has great fundamentals, and he specialized in creating shots for himself. Thanks to this quality, he was one of the most clutch go-to players in the league in the final few minutes. Honestly, even though he's coming off the bench, I expect Joe Johnson to be out on the court during the final few possessions of close games. He made 6 straight All-Star teams as a Hawk, and his peak year was the 06-07 season, where he averaged 25 points, 4 rebounds, and 4 assists on 47% shooting. The backup power forward is an underrated player from years past, Paul Millsap. This 6'7" force was an NBA All-Star 4 times, and all 4 of those times were as an Atlanta Hawk. He'll definitely be a change of pace whenever he comes in to replace Bob Pettit, as Millsap was fantastic in both pick and pop and pick and roll situations. He was a respected stretch 4 who you should never give too much space on the perimeter. During his years as a Hawk, he usually averaged about 17 points and 8 rebounds on 46% shooting. The backup center is the man known as the chairman of the boards, Moses Malone. By the end of this series, it will be interesting to see just how many different teams Moses Malone is actually on. His best years certainly happened as a 76er and as a Rocket, but he was still massively impactful when he arrived in Atlanta at the age of 33. In his first season as a Hawk, he was an NBA All-Star and averaged 20 points and 12 rebounds on 49% shooting from the field, and he was second in the league overall in offensive rebounds per game, giving his team 4.8 second chance opportunities on a nightly basis. Now let's look at the 3 rotation players. The first is the franchise's all-time leader in steals, Mookie Blaylock. Simply put, he was one of the greatest defensive point guards ever, as he made 6 all-defense teams in his career. His nickname was simply the Thief, and for obvious reasons, as he led the league in steals twice, getting as high as 2.7 in 1997. If a nuisance is ever needed who could also score and facilitate, then this man will make a solid substitution. The second rotation player is the 6'4" small forward, Cliff Hagan. With the St. Louis Hawks, he was a 5-time All-Star and was a part of the 1958 championship team alongside of Bob Pettit. When he's on the court, he'll certainly be adding a more old-school style, as his go-to shot throughout his career was his reliable hook shot. At his best in 1960, he was averaging about 25 points, 11 rebounds, and 4 assists, while hitting over 46% of his shots, which was ridiculously high for a small forward during that era. The last rotation player is the 6'9" center, Al Horford. He's a quality player who made 4 All-Star teams in his time in Atlanta. He'll be a decent scoring option who can help rebound and spread the floor. With bigs ahead of him like Dikembe Mutombo and Moses Malone, there might not be a tremendous amount of minutes available, but in the few cases where he's called upon, he'll have an immediate impact off the bench. So here's a final look at the complete roster of this Ultimate Hawks team. Looking at this group as a whole, they're tremendously stacked on offense, but with that being said, they're not a very strong team defensively, with very few exceptions like Mutombo and Blaylock. Because of this, I picture this team trying to simply outscore opponents, with both teams well exceeding 120 points just about every night. Do you think this team will make the Ultimate Team playoffs when we eventually run the simulation on NBA 2K? Let me know below. Also, here is my list of honorable mentions. Should any of these players have made the roster instead? Now, in case you didn't know, the Charlotte Hornets and the New Orleans Pelicans have an extremely complicated history. The original Charlotte Hornets were established and first began playing basketball in the 1988-89 season. For nearly a decade and a half, the Hornets competed in Charlotte. But in 2002, the organization relocated to New Orleans due to low attendance in the initial location. For years, this franchise was known as the New Orleans Hornets, but they did spend a short period of time as the Oklahoma City Hornets due to the damage that was caused by Hurricane Katrina. After some time, they returned home and remained as the New Orleans Hornets. But in 2013, the team rebranded and became the New Orleans Pelicans, which is what this organization is to this very day. The entire left side of this column has this as their franchise history. Now in the right column, you have a new Charlotte expansion team that began playing basketball in 2004. This new, completely different organization was able to establish itself in Charlotte because of the void left by the Hornets after they relocated to New Orleans. Now here's where things get really interesting. After the New Orleans Hornets in the left column became the New Orleans Pelicans, the Hornets name and logo were now up for grabs. So in 2014, the Charlotte Bobcats rebranded and became the Charlotte Hornets. So as you can see in these two columns, these are two separate organizations with two different owners and with two different histories. Yet, at different points, each of these organizations were known as the Charlotte Hornets. Because of this, all-time great Hornets players like Alonzo Mourning, for example, will not actually be in this Hornets video, but rather in the Pelicans video, since that is the organization that was once that Hornets team. I know, it feels gross and it's super confusing, But to me, this is the best way to break down these ultimate teams based on the actual franchises they played for. In today's video, this column is the organization we're discussing. Starting at the point guard position is the 6'1" bucket getter Kemba Walker. A lot of people forget just how skilled this guy was at his best, as he was a shifty guard with a lethal step-back jumper. During his prime, he was one of the most clutch shot makers in the entire league. At his apex in 2017, he averaged 23 points, 5 assists, and 4 rebounds on 44% shooting. He may not be one of the strongest point guards in this Ultimate Team series, but regardless, you'll have to respect his abilities as he can get extremely hot in a hurry. Starting at shooting guard is the solid combo guard Terry Rozier. This 6'1" shooter will be a solid perimeter threat for this team, and will help keep the defenses honest as he spaces the floor with his respectable sniping. With Walker and Rozier as the starters, size will not be on their side. But as quick guards who can shoot from just about anywhere on the court, defenses will have to stay alert at all times. At his best in the 20-21 season, he put up averages of 20 points, 4 assists, and 4 rebounds on 45% shooting. Starting as small forward is the 6'7" high flyer Gerald Wallace. During his career, this guy did a little bit of everything, and that's exactly what he'll be doing for this ultimate squad. He was a pretty capable scorer, but beyond that, he was also one of the best rebounding small forwards in the entire league. He was also an elite defensive player who made an NBA All-Defense team, was a steals champion, and was usually among the league leaders and blocks at his position. At his peak in 2010, he averaged 18 points, 10 rebounds, and 1.5 steals on 48% shooting. Starting at the power forward position is one of the top players in franchise history, Emeka Okafor. This former Rookie of the Year winner was a walking double-double during his athletic peak. As a 6'10" tower, he was usually starting at the center position. But with that being said, he did spend a significant amount of time at the 4 spot. And with his ultimate team specifically, I thought they'd work well with a twin tower approach. Starting at center is the capable big man, Al Jefferson. During his peak with the team, Jefferson was a 2010 guy on a nightly basis, who could use his size and strength to impose his will on opposing defenders. With Okafor by his side, these two will be cleaning up the paint and filling up the box score with the boards. Running the floor for the second unit will be the 6'7" point guard LaMelo Ball. Even at such a young age, he's already established himself enough to be the first man off the bench for this ultimate squad. As a dangerous dual threat, he'll be causing tons of havoc for opposing defenses the instant he enters the game. His best season came in 2022, and that year he averaged 20 points, 8 assists, and 7 rebounds on 43% shooting. The shooting guard for the second unit is the solid scorer Steven Jackson. This large 2-guard makes a solid substitution as he can get buckets in a hurry with his aggressive offensive mentality. He was also an above-average passer who will keep the ball movement flowing smoothly with the second unit. At his best with Charlotte in 2011, he put up numbers of 18 points, 4 rebounds, and 4 assists on 41% shooting. The small forward for the second unit is the former dunk contest champion, Jason Richardson. He's most famous for his time in Golden State, but during his days as a Bobcat, Jason was one of the top scorers on the team. Obviously, he was a fantastic slasher and a great finisher around the rim, but Richardson was also a solid spot-up shooter who could help space out the floor for the second unit. In the 2008 season, he put up numbers of 22 points, 5 rebounds, and 3 assists on 44% shooting and 41% from three-point range. The backup power forward is a more recent contributor, Miles Bridges. At this point in his career, he's still a young, developing player within the league. But with that being said, he's still a player who's ready to have an immediate impact whenever he comes off the bench to relieve Okafor, whether it be with his rebounding or with his reliable scoring. The backup center is the remarkably strong athlete Dwight Howard. Although he had lost significant steps since his prime days in Orlando, and although his tenure in Charlotte was short, Dwight still managed to have a significant impact that most teams would love to have on both ends of the court, as he was frequently putting up double-doubles as a Hornet, while doing his usual solid job of protecting the rim. Now on to the 3 rotation players. The first is the quality floor general Raymond Felton. With players ahead of him like Kemba Walker and LaMelo Ball, Felton might have a difficult time finding many minutes. But one thing about those other guards is that they typically tend to look to score for themselves, and a player like Felton could provide a more slowed down traditional approach if that's what's needed at any time during the game. The second rotation player is the proven veteran champion Boris Diaw. Although this 6'8" forward spent time with championship contenders like the Phoenix Suns and the San Antonio Spurs, his best production on an individual level actually came from his time as a Charlotte Bobcat. As a solid system player who's an above-average passer and can also knock down shots when he's open, he'll have a decent impact for this team off the bench. And now, the third rotation player and the last spot on the roster goes to the reliable small forward Gordon Hayward. His biggest issue in Charlotte is managing to stay healthy, but with plenty of time on the bench to heal and recuperate, he'll be able to come in and be a decent spark most of the time when he's called upon. So here's a final look at the complete roster of this Ultimate Hornets team. I gotta be real with you guys, this team sucks, and in my opinion is clearly the most lacking roster of this series so far. Usually, this is the part of the video where I try to find the silver lining and give a nice spin to the chances of this team, but I just can't do it this time, no matter how hard my brain tries. It's not totally their fault though, seeing that they're an organization that has only been around since the mid-2000s. But at the same time, this is the same franchise that once produced a team that only won 7 regular season games in a 66-game season. If you guys have more hopeful optimism about this team than I do, then let me know in the comment section below. Also, here is my list of honorable mentions. Should any of these players have made the roster instead? Starting at the point guard position is the 6-foot star Tim Hardaway. According to himself, he's got skills. Not everyone will get that reference, but what you need to know is that Hardaway was one of the meanest ball handlers of his era. He was a strong dual threat, as he was one of the best scoring point guards in the entire league, while also being an above-average facilitator. With some incredible wings by his side, Hardaway will be sure to provide plenty of alley-oop highlights. He made 2 All-Star teams in his time with the Heat, and at his Miami best in 1997, he averaged 20 points, 9 assists, and 2 steals on 53.2 true shooting percentage. Starting as shooting guard is arguably the greatest Heat player ever, Dwayne Wade. Flash was pretty much as good as it gets when it comes to being a slasher. In his prime, Wade was one of the greatest finishers around the rim, not just in his era, but in NBA history. Oftentimes, he doesn't get enough credit for his defensive play, as he made 3 All-Defense teams and is in the conversation for the title of the greatest shot-blocking guard in NBA history, right alongside of Michael Jordan. In 2009, Wade actually led the league in scoring as he averaged 30 points, 7 assists, 5 rebounds, and 2 steals on 49% shooting. With his 3 championships to go along with his tremendous experience, Wade will be one of the more consistent leaders on the squad. Starting as small forward is the NBA GOAT candidate LeBron James. In my opinion, this was James at his absolute peak, as his strength and athleticism were as good as ever, while his defense was among the very best in the league. Specifically, in LeBron's 2012 to 2013 season, he was elite in just about every category, as he averaged 27 points, 8 rebounds, and 7 assists on 56% from the field and 41% from three-point range, which was easily the best of his career. LeBron was a part of the Miami Heat squad that won 27 straight regular season games. But now, with a prime Dwayne Wade by his side, and with Tim Hardaway at the point instead of Mario Chalmers, there's no telling what this team is capable of. Starting at power forward is the 6'11 star Chris Bosh. Obviously, he's shown his ability to have flawless on-court chemistry with his fellow teammates Wade and LeBron, and as a consistent double-double threat, he'll be a valuable asset to this starting unit. Bosh's best was in the 2012 to 2011 season, where he put up around 19 points and 8 rebounds and 36 minutes of action per game. With so many fantastic superstars in this starting lineup, Bosh will have plenty of open opportunities for mid-range pull-ups, and he was a very solid option for that, as he was hitting 53% of his shots beyond 15 feet in the 2013 season. Starting at center is the man known as the Diesel, Shaquille O'Neal. Obviously, Shaq was at his very best in Los Angeles, but although he took a step back in Miami, I think many people forget just how good he still was as a member of the Heat. For example, Shaq was actually the league MVP runner-up behind Steve Nash in the 2004 to 2005 season, as Shaq averaged 23 points, 10 rebounds, 3 assists, and 2 blocks on 60% shooting from the field. With a stacked starting five such as this, the Diesel will be enjoying the most single-man coverage that he's ever experienced. It's also worth mentioning that Shaq is a remarkable outlet passer, and with fast break assassins like Wade and LeBron pushing the tempo, there will be plenty of highlight-worthy slams to finish off the transition plays. Now let's take a look at the second unit. The backup point guard is the 6'3" All-Star Goran Dragic. At his best, he was one of the more underrated floor generals within the league. He was also a very sound decision maker, as he averaged fewer than 3 turnovers per game in every single season of his career. In 2017, at the age of 30, Dragic put up averages of 20 points, 6 assists, and 4 rebounds on 47% shooting from the field. He was also an elite 3-point shooter that season, as he was hitting 40.5% of his attempts, and that skill set will especially be valuable when he finds himself on the court with LeBron, who loves to find those open shooters. The backup shooting guard is the all-time great sniper Ray Allen. Not only is he a fantastic floor spacer, but he was one of the most clutch shooters of all time, which is a fact that Miami fans know quite well, as he hit the most important shot in the history of the franchise. He didn't join the Miami Heat until he was 37 years old, and in that first season with the team, he only averaged 10 points and 25 minutes of action per game. Regardless, when it comes to role players who can keep the defenses honest, there isn't really a better option than a lethal Ray Allen spotting up in the corner. The backup small forward will be the 6'7" star Jimmy Butler. Simply put, he's one of the all-time great playoff performers. He's also a dangerous two-way threat, as he's made 5 all-defense teams throughout his career and even led the NBA in steals per game in 2021. As talented as this all-time group is, there's no question that they will make the ultimate team playoff bracket. And with that being said, that's where Butler will shine the brightest, as he has a clutch gene that is rivaled by very few greats. The backup power forward is another defensive anchor, Bam Adebayo. Usually, he's starting for Miami at the center spot, but he is capable of playing the 4, and given who the centers are on this roster, the 4 spot will have to do. The best days of Bam's career may still be ahead of him, but as of now, he's a consistent 2010 guy who shot a tremendous 55% throughout his career in Miami. Occasionally, he'll also make a great substitution for Shaquille O'Neal in late game situations, seeing how Bam is actually a pretty decent free throw shooter, which will make the Hack-a-Shaq strategy ineffective for opposing teams. The backup center is simply one of the greatest rim protectors of all time, Alonzo Mourning. Zoe was an intimidating two-way player who could score, rebound, and block shots with the best of them. He was a 5-time All-Star during his Miami years, and he actually led the league in blocks per game twice, getting as high as 3.9 in 1999. Alonzo was the league's Defensive Player of the Year twice, and his defense was a major help towards their NBA championship in 2006. Relieving Shaq off the bench is something he did quite often during those years, and in this case, he'll be doing more of the same, as Adebayo and Mourning are some pretty elite subs for the painted area. Now onto the 3 rotation players. The first is the sharpshooting small forward Glenn Rice. This 6'8" All-Star was one of the best scorers of his era, especially from the perimeter. At his Miami best in 1995, Rice averaged 22 points and 5 rebounds on 47% shooting and 41% from three-point range. He's yet another perfect teammate to share the floor with LeBron, as Rice's preferred style is to spot up on the perimeter in catch-and-shoot situations. The second rotation player is the 6'10" small forward Lamar Odom. He only played one full season in Miami, but it was a solid one as he participated in 80 regular season games and averaged 17 points, 10 rebounds, and 4 assists on 43% shooting. With his tremendous length and with his quality ball handling, Odom makes for quite the versatile substitution, who will certainly be a major spark off the bench whenever he's called upon. The last rotation spot and the final spot on this roster goes to the 7-foot center Hassan Whiteside. His decline has been steep and quick in recent years, but some may already be forgetting just how impactful he was at his best. For example, in the 2016 to 2017 season, Whiteside averaged 17 points, a league-leading 14 rebounds, and 2 blocks on 56% shooting from the field. Between Shaq, Bam Adebayo, Alonzo Mourning, and Hassan Whiteside, there will never be a time where opposing teams will have uncontested layups, as this is now likely the deepest shot-blocking squad in this Ultimate Team series so far. So here's a final look at the complete roster of this Ultimate Heat team. Not gonna lie, this roster looks absolutely terrifying on paper. Just imagine the 2013 Miami Heat, but instead of Mario Chalmers and Udonis Haslem alongside of the Big Three Heat, it's instead an elite Tim Hardaway and an MVP candidate Shaquille O'Neal. Like I said before, the defense of this group is insane, not just on the interior, but on the perimeter as well. How many Ultimate teams in the East could beat this Miami Heat squad? Let me know below. Also, here's my list of honorable mentions. Should any of these players have made the roster instead? Starting at the point guard position is the league's all-time leader in both assists and steals, John Stockton. He may not be the most flashy point guard, but what you can't argue against is Stockton's sound decision-making, resulting in the Jazz making the playoffs every single season in his NBA career. Of the 6 highest assists per game seasons in NBA history, John Stockton has 5 of them. Especially in the 1989-90 season, he was a monster statistically, as he averaged 17 points, 14.5 assists, and nearly 3 steals, on remarkable efficiency splits. Beyond that, he was an elite defensive player, as he made 5 all-defense teams and won 2 steals titles. Starting as shooting guard is the 1970s star who was way ahead of his time, Pistol Pete Maravich. This guy was a capable perimeter assassin who scored a large portion of his points from three-point distance before the three-point line even existed. With Stockton and Maravich in the starting lineup, the ball movement on this starting unit will be beautiful, as every open player will be found the instant they've created the space. At Pistol's best in 1977, he averaged a league-leading 31 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists on 43% shooting from the field. Starting at small forward is the fundamentally sound scorer Adrian Dantley. Although Dantley is probably most known for his time in Detroit, without question, the prime of his career was in Utah. He was a mid-range nightmare for opposing defenses, as he was incredibly crafty at getting to his spots. Over a 4-year stretch from 1981 to 1984, Dantley averaged north of 30 points per game, 6 rebounds, and 4 assists, while hitting an insane 56.4% of his shots, which is incredible efficiency for an elite center. But for a small forward who leads the league in scoring, that's completely unheard of. Starting at power forward is the mailman Karl Malone. For a while, he was the model of scoring consistency at the 4 spot. Not only was he one of the strongest players of league history, but he also had a smooth mid-range jump shot in his arsenal. The pick and roll between him and Stockton was the bread and butter of the Jazz in the 1990s, and it will continue to be a force on this ultimate team. Malone was also an underrated defensive player who made 4 all-defense teams in his career. He wasn't much of a shot blocker, but he was an absolute wall in the low post, refusing to give offensive players quality spots on the floor. Starting at the center position is the 7'4" monster Mark Eaton. Mark is quite possibly the most underappreciated defensive player of all time, as he was a terrorizing rim protector for the ages. In his career, he made 5 all-defense teams, he won 4 blocks titles, and was the Defensive Player of the Year twice. His peak was in the 1984 to 1985 season, where he averaged nearly 10 points, 11 rebounds, and an absolutely stupid 5.6 blocks, which is easily the highest single-season average in NBA history. If the best ability is availability, well then Mark had that too, as he only missed a total of 9 regular season games in his first 10 seasons. Now onto the second unit. The backup point guard is the former superstar Deron Williams. For a while, this guy was legitimately in the conversation for the title of the best point guard in the NBA. He was a dynamic scorer who had elite court vision, and that combination made him a dangerous dual threat that every defense had to respect. In 2010, he averaged roughly 19 points, 10 assists, and 4 rebounds, on 47% shooting from the field. The backup shooting guard is the young athlete Donovan Mitchell. This 6'3" guard will be a massive surge of offense off the bench, as he has a more aggressive tendency to look to score for himself. In 2022, he put up numbers of 26 points per game, 5 assists, and 4 rebounds, on 45% shooting from the field. The backup small forward is the 6'9" weapon Andrei Kirilenko. AK-47 was known for his remarkable on-ball defense, and with his fantastic length, he'll continue to frustrate opposing superstars when he subbed in to the contest. He was one of the greatest shot-blocking forwards of all time, as he led the entire league in 2005 with 3.3 per game. He made 3 all-defense teams in his career, and that quality will be extremely valuable to this all-time team that's mostly made up of offensively minded perimeter players. The backup power forward is the 6'9" all-star Carlos Boozer. After he turned 30 years old, his decline was sharp and quick, which I think has resulted in many people forgetting just how good he was in his prime. For example, in 2007, he averaged 21 points, about 12 rebounds, and 3 assists, on a stellar 56% shooting from the field. As the substitution for Malone, he'll ensure that defenses will never be able to relax in the low post. The backup center is the 6'11" all-defender Rudy Gobert. Simply put, he's been one of the greatest rim protectors of recent history, as he won the Defensive Player of the Year 3 times, and even led the league in blocks per game in 2017. He'll have an impact in more ways than that though, as he was also a league-leading rebounder in 2022, and will make a fantastic lob recipient for all of the great facilitators on the squad. Now onto the 3 rotation players. The first is the 6'4" shooting guard Jeff Hornacek. During their championship contending years in the 1990s, Hornacek was operating as the reliable third option. You could argue that there's some more talented players who deserve this rotation spot, but personally, I'm taking Hornacek for his elite 3-point shooting, as he'll spread the floor with his career 40% sniping from that distance. The second rotation spot goes to the 7-foot power forward, Lauri Markkanen. With traditional low-post power forwards like Karl Malone and Carlos Boozer, Markkanen will make a nice change of pace, as he has a more modern style that can help space the floor. The 2022 to 2023 season was his first as an All-Star, and that year he put up averages of roughly 26 points, 9 rebounds on 50% shooting from the field. The third rotation player and the final spot on the roster goes to the 6'7" small forward Gordon Hayward. At his best, Hayward did a little bit of everything for Utah, as he was a solid scorer from just about everywhere on the court. He was an NBA All-Star in 2017, and that season he averaged 22 points, 5 rebounds, and 3 assists on 47% shooting and 40% from 3-point range. So here's a final look at the complete roster of this Ultimate Jazz team. When you look at this group as a whole, they're pretty solid throughout, filled with great offensive and defensive players. One area that seemed to be lacking after the first two units was three-point shooting, which is why I picked those last three rotation players to help out in that aspect. Do you think this team would make the ultimate playoffs in the West? Let me know your opinion. Also, here's my list of honorable mentions. Should any of these players have made the roster instead? Starting at the point guard position is the triple-double machine, Oscar Robertson. He wasn't a very flashy point guard, and with his slow and methodical approach to the offense, some have since described him as the Tim Duncan of the point guard position. He did a little bit of everything for his Royals, as he was an all-star in all 10 of his years with the team. Over that 10-season stretch, he averaged just a rebound and a half short of a monstrous triple-double. Considering how he averaged 42 minutes per game over the course of his career, the Big O will have this position on lock for this all-time Kings squad. Starting at the shooting guard position is the 6'3" modern star De'Aaron Fox. I know, he plays the point guard position, and he always has been. But the thing is, this all-time Kings squad has way too many amazing point guards on the roster. So for me to keep all of them in the starting lineup or the second unit, I had to move one of them out of position. And in my opinion, Fox is the one who most naturally fits the two-guard spot. He's one of the fastest players in the league, and he's already an elite scorer. But as the two, he'll have an even greater green light to look to get buckets for himself. His first All-Star appearance came in the 2022-2023 season, as he averaged 25 points, 6 assists, and 4 rebounds, on 51% shooting from the field. Starting at small forward is one of the greatest shooters of the 2000s, Peja Stojakovic. At his peak, this guy was absolutely dangerous from the perimeter, and is a player who would absolutely love to play in the modern era of inflated three-point shooting. He was an all-star with the Kings for 3 straight seasons, but his best individual year was the 03-04 season, where he averaged 24 points, 6 rebounds, and 2 assists, on 48% shooting from the field, 43% shooting from three-point distance, and a league-leading 92.7% from the free throw line. Simply put, when this guy got hot, he was basically automatic from any distance. And with facilitators like Oscar Robertson giving him opportunities, he'll be capitalizing on plenty of good looks. Starting at power forward is the 6'10" Sacramento legend, Chris Webber. For a while, this guy was genuinely in the conversation for the title of the best power forward in the entire league, which truly says a lot when you consider the fact that he was competing against the likes of Tim Duncan, Kevin Garnett, and Dirk Nowitzki. The ball movement will be beautiful on this starting unit, as Webber was an underrated ball handler and an underrated passer in his own right. At his individual peak in 2001, he was among the league leaders in scoring and rebounding, while being 5th among power forwards in assists per game. Starting at center is the one they call Boogie, DeMarcus Cousins. His decline was so quick and drastic that people have already forgotten his dominance in his mid-20s. For 4 straight seasons, he was an NBA All-Star, and at his Sacramento best in 2016, he was putting up stunning averages, filling up the stat sheet in basically every way. Continuing with the theme of this roster so far is his underrated passing ability as a big man, as Boogie was frequently among the league leaders in assists per game at his position. Now on to the second unit. The backup point guard is the 6'1" Hall of Famer, Nate Tiny Archibald. Despite his undersized frame, this guy was an absolute weapon in the 1970s, who would consistently torch opposing teams in a variety of ways. For evidence of that, look no further than his 1972-73 season, where he led the NBA in points and assists in the same season. That year, he averaged 34 points, 11 assists, and 3 rebounds on 49% shooting. Again, this is the first guy coming off the bench, which should tell you the kind of nightmare that perimeter defenses will be dealing with whenever they have to face this Kings group. The backup shooting guard is arguably the most underappreciated player of the 1990s, Mitch Richmond. He was a 6-time All-Star, and all 6 of those seasons were in Sacramento. He was a fantastic all-around scorer who doesn't get the shine he deserves simply because his team didn't get any deep postseason runs, which had more to do with his lacking supporting cast rather than his individual abilities. At his best in 1997, he was averaging about 26 points, 4 rebounds, and 4 assists on 54% shooting and a deadly 43% from three-point range. The backup small forward is the controversial star, formerly known as Ron Artest. He spent only 2 seasons of his career in Sacramento, but he made a massive impact both offensively and defensively while leading his team to the playoffs in 2006. At his Sacramento best in 2008, he put up roughly 20 points, 6 rebounds, and 2 steals on 43% shooting and a solid 38% shooting from three-point range. The backup power forward is one of the 75 greatest players of all time, Jerry Lucas. This 6'8" legend was a perennial all-star in his time as a Cincinnati Royal, and although Wilt Chamberlain and Bill Russell stole all of the attention for their dominant rebounding, Lucas was an all-time great rebounder in his own right. He had many great seasons, but specifically in 1965, he averaged 21 points and 20 rebounds, while being 3rd in the league in field goal percentage and 8th in the league in free throw percentage. His efficiency would be considered great by today's standards, but by the standards of the 1960s, it was absolutely incredible. That kind of reliability will be something that benefits this squad whenever he comes in off the bench. The backup center is the Kings All-Star, Domantas Sabonis. In the cases where Boogie decides to get 2 quick technical fouls, Sabonis will make a great substitution. In the 2022-2023 season, he was averaging 19 points, a league-leading 12.3 rebounds, and 7 assists on a remarkably efficient 61.5% from the field. Once again, he's yet another Kings player who's an excellent passer and playmaker, so the ball movement certainly won't suffer when he's on the court. Now on to the 3 rotation players. The first is their reliable point guard, Mike Bibby. In this franchise's time in the city of Sacramento, they've never been closer to winning the championship than they were when this guy was the floor general. He didn't have many flashy highlights, but Bibby was a smart decision maker, a solid perimeter shooter, and a player with a tremendous clutch gene. He'll really have a hard time finding minutes behind Oscar, Archibald, and Fox. But assuming he is able to make it onto the court, the offense will be in good hands. The second rotation spot goes to the 6'6" small forward, Jack Twyman. He's an NBA Hall of Famer and a 6-time All-Star, who was one of the best scorers in the league throughout the 50s and 60s. At his best in 1960, he was averaging 31 points, 9 rebounds, and 3 assists on 42% shooting. The last rotation spot goes to Twyman's teammate and friend, Maurice Stokes. This 6'7" power forward was not playing in the NBA very long before his life-altering head injury. But with that being said, in those 3 seasons, he was a 3-time All-Star and made 3 All-NBA teams. In only his rookie season, he led the NBA in rebounding with 16.3 per game. Simply put, he was an athlete with strength and athleticism that was way ahead of his time. And if it wasn't for the injuries, many believe that he would have been a rival to Bill Russell. So here's a final look at the complete roster of this Ultimate Kings team. Honestly, this franchise surprised me quite a bit. They've been in existence since the early years of the NBA, which certainly helps when it comes to acquiring talent. It's a pretty well-balanced team, but the things that stand out to me the most is their plethora of elite scorers and their insane ball movement. With so many elite passers on the squad, it will be like the 2002 Kings on steroids, and would certainly be fun to watch. Do you think this team would have a chance at making the ultimate playoffs in the West? Let me know below. Also, here's my list of honorable mentions. Should any of these players have made the roster instead, Starting at the point guard position is the 6'4" Hall of Famer Walt Frazier. In a franchise loaded with incredible point guards, Frazier is without question the best of the best. He was an NBA All-Star for 7 straight seasons with the team, and thanks to his solid scoring and facilitating, he was able to help the Knicks win 2 championships. In those 7 All-Star seasons, he averaged 21 points, 7 rebounds, 6 assists, and 2 steals on 49% shooting, which was especially impressive for a point guard in that era. What often isn't appreciated enough about this legend is the fact that he was one of the greatest two-way guards of all time, as he made a remarkable total of 7 All-Defense teams. Starting at the shooting guard spot is another legend from years past, Earl the Pearl Monroe. This 6'3" All-Star wasn't ever the fastest player on the court, but he was very crafty at getting to the rim and would regularly make difficult baskets in heavy traffic. He had a high offensive IQ, and with his pre-existing chemistry with Frazier, this duo will be an absolute problem for opposing defenses on the perimeter. Starting a small forward is one of the 75 greatest players in NBA history, Carmelo Anthony. I would argue that Melo's personal best was actually in Denver, but regardless, he was still an elite player in his time in New York. In the 2012 to 2013 season, he led the NBA in scoring, averaging nearly 29 points, 7 rebounds, and 3 assists on 45% shooting from the field. He was also hitting 38% of his three-point attempts that season. With Melo starting at the 3, he'll provide this squad with some solid floor spacing and with some clutch shot making to close out games. Starting at power forward is the 1970 MVP Willis Reed. This 6'10" big man is beloved and respected within the city of New York, as he's famous for pushing through an injury to help his team win the championship. He spent his entire career in New York and made 7 All-Star appearances while being an All-Defensive player in 1970. In his 7 All-Star years, he put up numbers of 20 points and 14 rebounds on 48% shooting from the field. Although he usually spent most of his time at the center spot, he did also spend some significant time at the 4, and he'll do well in that position for this squad, as he could run the floor and he was a solid mid-range jump shooter. The starting center is arguably the greatest player in Knicks history, Patrick Ewing. This 7-foot big man was an absolute force on both ends of the court, and at his best in 1990, he had a jaw-dropping average of 29 points, 11 rebounds, and a whopping 4 blocks, on a tremendous 55% shooting from the field. He was an 11-time All-Star who was regularly leading his team to be contenders in the Eastern Conference. Although he could play bully ball in the paint, he was also known for his very soft touch on his mid-range jumper, and this team will greatly benefit from both of those skills. Now on to the second unit. The backup point guard is the 6'5" star Michael Ray Richardson. He was a remarkably fast combo guard who could finish at the rim, but who could also make flashy passes for his teammates. He wasted no time having an impact in New York, and in just his second season in the league, he was already a monster statistically, as he led the NBA in assists and steals in the same season, while averaging 15 points and 7 rebounds. He was a 3-time All-Star in New York, and he won 3 steals titles, which helped him secure his 2 All-Defense Team selections. Honestly, Walt Frazier better watch his back, because Sugar Ray Richardson was definitely good enough to eat into his minutes. The backup shooting guard is the 1990 sniper Allen Houston. He was a 2-time All-Star in New York, and you could never give this 6'6" wing any space, or he would penalize you for it. At his best, he was averaging north of 20 points per game while hitting better than 40% of his 3-point attempts. He'll definitely be a player mixed in with several different rotations to take advantage of his floor spacing abilities. The backup small forward is one of the most explosive players in Knicks history, Bernard King. I honestly went back and forth whether I should start Melo or Bernard King, and ultimately I went with Melo for the simple fact that he was a better 3-point shooter, and the rest of the starting unit desperately needed that help. This 6'7" beast was a strong force in transition, who played the game with a driven and angry attitude. He also had elite footwork and a solid mid-range jumper. At his best in 1985, he averaged 33 points, 6 rebounds, and 4 assists on a stellar 53% shooting from the field. The backup power forward is yet another Hall of Famer, Dave DeBusschere. Back in the early to mid-70s, this 6'6" legend did a little bit of everything for the Knicks. For a power forward in that era, he was a tremendous perimeter shooter who absolutely loved to run the pick and pop. He was a consistent double-double player as he made 5 straight All-Star teams. But where he truly shined was his elite smothering defense, as he made a total of 6 All-Defense teams throughout his career. The backup center is the 6'9" legend Bob McAdoo. As a somewhat undersized center, McAdoo relied heavily upon the finesse style of his game. He was incredibly skilled and intelligent offensively. He didn't spend a tremendous amount of time in New York, but truthfully, he didn't have to in order to have a huge impact. For example, in the 1978 season, he averaged 26 points, 13 rebounds, and 4 assists on 52% shooting. Now onto the 3 rotation players. The first is a guy who helped his Knicks get to the NBA Finals in 1999, Latrell Sprewell. This 6'5" wing was a solid two-way player who could be the best player on the court either offensively or defensively on any given night. In the past, he has had chemistry issues with his teammates and with his coaches, but his talent is worth a spot, even if he occasionally chokes out his coach. The second rotation player is the power forward / center, Amari Stoudemire. Having a player this talented being reduced to simply a rotation player does seem a little bit crazy, but the Knicks are absurdly stacked when it comes to big men, so it kinda is what it is. Although he was at his best in Phoenix, he was still a monster in his first season in New York, as he averaged 25 points, 8 rebounds, and 2 blocks on 50% shooting from the field. The third rotation spot, and the final spot on this roster, goes to the star shooting guard throughout the 90s, John Starks. This 6'5" player was very athletically gifted, and was also a big game performer for New York. He was an all-star in 1994 when he averaged 19 points, 6 assists, and 3 rebounds on 42% shooting. He was also an NBA All-Defender, which keeps up the theme of this roster being filled with two-way ballers. So here's a final look at the complete roster of this ultimate Knicks team. This team is elite on both ends of the court, and there is no shortage of playoff experience on the roster. Do you think this squad is a top 4 seed in the Ultimate East? Let me know your opinion. Also, here is my list of honorable mentions. Should any of these players have made the roster instead? I look forward to hearing your thoughts in the comment section below. Starting at the point guard position is the face of Showtime, Magic Johnson. To many, and probably to most people, Magic is viewed as the greatest point guard of all time. One thing about this 6'9" floor general is that he really liked to push the tempo. The Showtime Lakers offense was ridiculously fast, and during his prime, he had guys who were solid at running in transition alongside of him. But especially on this Ultimate squad, they'll be even better on the fast break. Magic's best individual season was probably in 1987, while he was named the league MVP while averaging 24 points, 12 assists, and 6 rebounds on 52% shooting from the field. At the end of the day, there was basically no doubt on who was getting this starting nod. Starting at the shooting guard spot is the one known as the Black Mamba, Kobe Bryant. What's interesting is that Kobe never really played with a top-tier point guard in Los Angeles. Sure, Steve Nash was there for a bit, but that was long after Nash's prime. With Magic running the floor, Kobe will have to learn to play off ball, which will make this more like his time on the Olympic squads than anything else. Kobe ensures that this ultimate team will have a late game closer, a consistent flow of offense, and an elite perimeter defender. At his best in the 05-06 season, the Mamba averaged a ridiculous 35 points while being first team all-defense. To this day, that is the highest scoring average while being first team all-defense. Starting at small forward is the still active legend LeBron James. Throughout the vast majority of his career in Los Angeles, LeBron has started at the point guard spot. but in this case, he'll have to make room for Magic and return to his more traditional position. This should be no issue for LeBron though, as he's one of the greatest transition players that the game has ever seen. Magic used to be dishing the ball to a streaking James Worthy at the small forward spot, and as effective as that was, a streaking LeBron will be even scarier. At his Los Angeles best in 2020, James averaged 25 points, 10 assists, and 8 rebounds on 49% shooting from the field. With Magic and LeBron on the floor simultaneously, there will never be a time where the open man goes unnoticed. Starting at power forward is the former all-time leading scorer Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. He's always played at the center position, so starting the 7-2 captain at the 4 may seem crazy to some, but I actually think it makes perfect sense when you think about the way this team operates. For one, Kareem was especially great at running the floor with Magic, especially when he was younger in the early 80s. Also, Kareem's bread and butter is not to score from directly under the basket, but it's actually from the post, as he had the most indefensible shot of all time, the sky hook. At 7-2 with that shot, opposing power forwards will be begging for mercy. In 1981, Kareem put up 26 points, 10 rebounds, 3 assists, and 3 blocks on 57% shooting from the field. Starting at the center position is the Diesel Shaquille O'Neal. In LA is where Shaq was at his absolute peak form, as he had the perfect combination of power and athleticism. With Kareem in the post and with Kobe and LeBron on the wings, Shaq will experience the most single-man coverage that he's ever had in his life, and due to this, he'll almost certainly be shooting a career-high percentage in the paint. Quite frankly, that point about single-man coverage is probably applicable to every player in this starting unit, and not just Shaq. During his nearly unanimous MVP run in 2000, Shaq averaged roughly 30 points, 14 rebounds, 4 assists, and 3 blocks on a league-leading 57% shooting from the field. When you look at this starting unit of Magic, Kobe, LeBron, Kareem, and Shaq, some modern basketball fans might complain about the lack of elite three-point shooting. But honestly, I'm not sure how much that really matters if the starting unit is shooting 60% from two-point range basically every night. Now on to the second unit, which is definitely strong enough to beat most starting units. The backup point guard is the logo himself, Jerry West. Many people debate whether West should be considered as a 1 or a 2, but given the fact that he was the starting point guard during their dominant 1972 championship run, that's where I'm placing him. Although the three-point shot did not exist yet in the NBA during his career, West was a guy who certainly could have been lethal from that distance. Not only is he known as Mr. Clutch for his big game performances, but he was also one of the most underrated defenders of all time. In 1972, he averaged about 26 points, a league-leading 9.7 assists, and 4 rebounds on 48% shooting from the field. The backup shooting guard is the 6'1" Hall of Famer Gail Goodrich. Without question, he's one of the most underappreciated players in the franchise's history, as he was a legitimate superstar in his own right, yet almost never gets any shine in this modern day. He was a solid pull-up shooter and was often the recipient of Jerry West's numerous assists. In their 1972 championship run, he averaged 26 points, 4 assists, and 4 rebounds on an elite 49% shooting. He may be battling for minutes with all of these incredible guards, but he'll never be a bad option when he's on the court. The backup small forward is the dominant Elgin Baylor. To this day, he holds the NBA record for the most points scored in a finals game with a total of 61, which basically sums up just how explosive he was offensively. Beyond that, he was the greatest rebounder ever for a player his size, as he intelligently used his strength and IQ to be among the league leaders on a yearly basis. In the 1961 season, Baylor put up an insane average of roughly 35 points, 20 rebounds, and 5 assists on 43% shooting from the field. He'll be right at home when he's on the court with West, as they earn the nicknames Mr. Inside and Mr. Outside. The backup power forward is the versatile two-way threat Anthony Davis. As a superstar off the bench, AD will be able to stay healthy more often, and will even be able to focus more of his energy on the defensive end of the floor. With the incredible traditional centers on this squad, he'll have even less attention on him when he looks to go to work from the post. His LA best was in 2020, where he put up 26 points, 9 rebounds, 3 assists, and 2 blocks on 50% shooting from the field. The backup center is arguably the most dominant player in the history of the game, Wilt Chamberlain. Maybe the biggest concern for this team will be morale and chemistry, because imagine trying to convince an elite Wilt Chamberlain to come off the bench. Regardless, that will be his responsibility on this ultimate squad. By the time he was in Los Angeles, Wilt had taken a step back as a scorer, yet he was still a terrifying rim protector and an elite passer from the post and in outlet situations. In 1969, he averaged 20 points, a league-leading 21 rebounds, and 4 assists on 58% shooting from the field. I can only imagine the mismatches that Wilt will be taking advantage of as he faces backup centers on a nightly basis. Now on to the 3 rotation players. The first is the man known as Big Game James Worthy. This 6'9" small forward had one of the quickest first steps in basketball history, and as I mentioned before, he was extremely dangerous in transition. You would be wrong to assume that he was simply a role player, as Worthy was a legitimate star who could take over on his own. Case in point, he was the 1988 Finals MVP with one of the greatest Game 7 performances of all time. During his 7 straight All-Star seasons in LA, he averaged about 20 points, 5 rebounds, and 3 assists on 53% shooting from the field. The second rotation player is another Hall of Famer, Pau Gasol. This 7-foot center / power forward helped Kobe Bryant win back-to-back championships in 2009 and 2010. He did it with his finesse-style offense and with his unselfish team play. In 2010, Pau put up 18 points, 11 rebounds, and 3 assists on 54% shooting from the field. He's yet another player on this absurdly stacked roster that will struggle to get a tremendous amount of minutes, but when he's in, he'll be a safe bet to produce. The third rotation player and the last spot on this roster goes to the role-playing shooting guard Michael Cooper. There is certainly more talented and more accomplished players who could have taken this spot, but with these last few bench spots, I'm looking for guys who can fill needed roles. There is enough superstar power on this roster, and what's needed is some 3-point shooting and defense. This 6'7" wing just happens to be one of the greatest 3-and-D players of all time. He made an insane 8 all-defense teams in Los Angeles, and for a while, he was a 3-point record holder in the NBA Finals. He was also insanely athletic, and was with all 5 championship teams in the 80s, proving that he has the playoff experience to belong. So here's a final look at the complete roster of this Ultimate Lakers team. Simply put, there is no weaknesses on this squad, as they are absurdly overpowered. The different rotations and lineups that could dominate are pretty much endless. When we eventually do the 2K simulation of all the teams, this team will likely be the favorite heading in. They'll probably still find a way to lose in the first round just because 2K is ridiculous like that. But in a more realistic scenario, it's hard to envision this team ever being stopped. My one major frustration with this roster is the fact that George Mikan isn't on it. But I honestly don't see what impact he could have had when there's so many great bigs ahead of him, which is why I ultimately went with Cooper for the final spot. Here is my list of honorable mentions. Should any of these players have made the roster instead, Starting at the point guard position is the electrifying Penny Hardaway. This 6'7" star was a strong combo guard who could dominate opposing teams with his tremendous scoring or with his quality facilitating. For a while in Orlando, him and Shaq were seen as one of the most formidable duos in the entire league. Not only did Penny have a size advantage over most point guards, but he also had a solid handle of the basketball and proved himself to be a dangerous perimeter threat in clutch situations. At his best in 1995, he averaged about 21 points, 7 assists, and 4 rebounds on 51% shooting from the field. Starting at shooting guard is the incredible 6'8" wing, Tracy McGrady. Not only was he an all-star every season he was in Orlando, but T-Mac was legitimately in the conversation for being the best player in the league. He led the league in scoring twice, getting as high as 32 points per game in 2003. For years, he was carrying the offense on a bad Magic team. But on this ultimate squad, he'll have plenty of open looks, as he'll finally have the superstar support to draw some of the defensive attention away. Starting at small forward is the 6'8" all-star Grant Hill. His prime was definitely in Detroit, and when he went to Orlando, many people assumed the Magic were going to get the same level of excellence. Well, unfortunately, Hill's time in Orlando was riddled with injuries, but he did manage to squeeze in one healthy all-star season, where he averaged about 20 points, 5 rebounds, and 3 assists on 51% shooting from the field. Due to the injuries, much of his previous explosiveness was gone, but he was still a fundamentally sound player who was very effective in the mid-range game. Starting at power forward is the 6'10" all-star Rashard Lewis. As a legitimate stretch 4, Lewis had a skill set that was way ahead of his time, and with his ability to stretch the floor, he'll be an incredibly valuable asset to this starting 5 that is in desperate need of his quality perimeter shooting. At his best in 2009, he put up roughly 18 points, 6 rebounds, and 3 assists on 44% shooting and nearly 40% from three-point range. Starting at center is one of the greatest big men to ever do it, Shaquille O'Neal. In Orlando, this 7'1" superstar was at his peak athletically, as he was in slimmer shape and was faster, quicker, and could leap higher as a result. He was a statistical monster in 1994 as he averaged 29 points, 13 rebounds, and 3 blocks, on a league-leading 60% shooting from the field. Now on to the second unit. The backup point guard is the 6'1" floor general, Scott Skiles. This facilitator is actually the NBA record holder for the most assists in a single game, as he got a total of 30 against the Denver Nuggets in 1990. He was a fast-paced player who was often the giver on many of Shaq's highlight slams. In 1991, he averaged 17 points, 8 assists, and 3 rebounds on tremendous efficiency splits. The backup shooting guard is the 6'6" wing, Nick Anderson. He was an athletic high flyer who helped his Magic make it to the NBA Finals in 1995. His individual best came in 1993, as he averaged 20 points, 6 rebounds, and 3 assists while hitting 45% of his shots. With his energy and skill set, he'll be a tremendous spark off the bench for this ultimate squad. The backup small forward is the versatile 6'10" weapon, Hedo Turkoglu. In the late 2000s, he was the perfect complementary piece alongside of Dwight Howard, as he was a dangerous spot-up three-point shooter. Specifically, in 2008, he was second on the entire team in scoring, trailing only Howard, as he chipped in with nearly 20 points, 6 rebounds, and 5 assists on 46% shooting and 40% from three-point distance. The backup power forward is the 6'10" champion, Horace Grant. His best was certainly with Chicago, but without a doubt, he was still very effective in Orlando. In his first season with the team, he was averaging a near double-double while hitting a stellar 57% of his shots. When a more traditional approach is needed at the 4 spot, he'll make a solid substitution for Rashard Lewis, as Grant has pre-existing chemistry with Shaq and Penny from the 90s. The backup center is the athletic beast, Dwight Howard. He was never the dominant 30 points per game scorer that Shaq was, which is why the Diesel got the starting nod from me. But he was a guy who would regularly get 20 points and 20 rebounds on the same night, and was considered as the top center in the league for several seasons. Along with that, Howard was a 3-time Defensive Player of the Year winner, as he would often swat shots into the third row. Now on to the 3 rotation players. The first is the all-star point guard Jameer Nelson. He was an excellent floor general and a smart decision maker, as he averaged very few turnovers throughout his NBA career. During his peak, he was a tremendous shooter from three-point range, which will be yet another area where he can be massively impactful in his reserve role. The second rotation player is the 6'8" wing, Dennis Scott. Continuing with the theme of this roster, Scott is yet another dangerous perimeter shooter, as he was consistently among the league leaders in three-point percentage and three-point attempts. In 1996, he averaged 17 points, 4 rebounds, and 3 assists on 44% shooting and a lethal 42.5% from deep. The third rotation spot, and the last spot on this roster, goes to the 6'10" center Nikola Vucevic. Obviously, Shaquille O'Neal and Dwight Howard will get the vast majority of the minutes, but whenever Nikola is called upon, he'll do an excellent job of holding down the position, as he was an elite big in his own right. In 2019, he averaged a whopping 21 points, 12 rebounds, and 4 assists on 52% shooting from the field. So here's a final look at the complete roster of this Ultimate Magic team. Although this may not be the deepest and the most stacked team in the series, I actually really like how this roster filled out, as there is a plethora of snipers to surround Shaquille O'Neal and Dwight Howard, and that inside-out playstyle has really been successful for both centers in the past. Do you think this Magic team will make the ultimate playoffs in the Eastern Conference? Let me know your opinion. Also, here's my list of honorable mentions, should any of these players have made the roster instead. Starting at point guard is the modern leader of the franchise, Luka Doncic. This 6'7" star does a little bit of everything for his team, as he's already asserted himself as an all-time great scorer and as one of the greatest triple-double machines in NBA history. He'll be an awesome dual threat with this all-time squad, as he can score and facilitate with the best of them. Just last season, he averaged about 32, 8, and 8, proving himself to be one of the most productive players in Mavericks history. Starting at shooting guard is the all-time great ball handler, Kyrie Irving. Some might be a little annoyed by this pick, considering how little time Irving has spent with Dallas so far. But with that being said, there's no question that he's the most talented player for this role. In his 20 games with Dallas last season, he averaged 27 points, 6 assists, and 5 rebounds on 51% shooting from the field. With him and Luka on the perimeter, this team will basically never be struggling to produce points at a fast rate. Starting at small forward is the 6'6" wing, Mark Aguirre. He was a smooth and methodical player who made 3 All-Star teams in his time as a Maverick. He was not only an elite scoring mid-range player, but he was also dangerously efficient. At his best in 1984, he averaged 29.5 points, 6 rebounds, and 4 assists on a stellar 52.4% from the field. As a player who likes to go to work from the post, he'll give this team a reliable option in half-court sets. Starting at power forward is the NBA champion Dirk Nowitzki. This 7-foot sniper was basically unstoppable in his prime. With his tremendous length and with his iconic fadeaway, all you could basically do as the defender is pray that he missed it. Dirk was also the model of efficiency for the stretch 4, and in 2007, he became one of the few players to finish the regular season with 50-40-90 percentages. With Luka, Kyrie, Aguirre, and Dirk in the starting lineup, defenders would be foolish to risk double teaming anyone. Starting at center is the former Defensive Player of the Year winner, Tyson Chandler. With this 7-footer at center, he'll ensure that the starting unit will have at least one elite defensive player to make a difference. With his rebounding and rim protection, Chandler was a major contributor towards their championship run in 2011. Luka will make a great lob connection partner for Tyson, as both players were especially great at reading defenses in that aspect. Now on to the second unit. The backup point guard is the efficient floor general, Steve Nash. He's most famous for his MVP era in Phoenix, but even in Dallas, Nash was still a major contributor for his team. He was an up-tempo player who could make incredible passes in transition. With his court vision and with his elite three-point shooting, he'll make sure that defenses can never relax when he's substituted in. At his Dallas best in 2002, he put up averages of 18 points, 8 assists, and 3 rebounds, while having insane efficiency splits, including a whopping 45.5% from three-point range. The backup shooting guard is the 6'6" athlete Rolando Blackman. He was a 4-time All-Star in his time in Dallas, and he was an extremely reliable second scoring option, as he usually averaged around 20 points per game while shooting nearly 50% from the field over the course of his career. The backup small forward is the 6'7" wing Michael Finley. For years alongside of Dirk Nowitzki, he was a fantastic scorer and perimeter shooter. In 2000 and 2001, he was an NBA All-Star in back-to-back seasons, and over that time, he averaged about 22 points, 6 rebounds, and 5 assists on 46% shooting from the field. As he comes off of the bench, he'll continue the theme of the roster so far with his solid perimeter scoring. The backup power forward is the 6'7" weapon, Jay Vincent. He was one of those guys who actually peaked in his rookie season, as he had a tremendous debut in 1982, where he averaged 21 points and 7 assists while hitting nearly 50% of his shots. He'll make an interesting substitution for Dirk, considering how he plays offense with an opposite approach, as he prefers a more grit and grind style near the basket. The backup center is the 7'6" tower Sean Bradley. Usually, he's on the embarrassing end of the highlight reel, as Bradley was dunked on many times by incredible wings. With that being said, he was actually a pretty quality player and a solid rim protector. For example, in 1998, he averaged 11 points and 8 rebounds while blocking 3.3 shots per game, which was third in the league that season, trailing only Marcus Camby and Dikembe Mutombo. Now on to the 3 rotation players. The first is another amazing floor general, Jason Kidd. He was past his prime in Dallas, but even then, he was still an all-star level facilitator, and in 2010, he averaged 10 points and 9 assists on 42% shooting. He was also the starting point guard during their championship run in 2011. He'll struggle to get many minutes behind Luka and Nash, but with these 3 in the rotation, there will never be a time when the position is lacking. The second rotation player is the all-time great three-point shooter, Jason Terry. He was monumental in their championship run in 2011, and as a high IQ player off the bench, he'll be a tremendous spark offensively. In 2009, he was actually second in the team in scoring, behind only Dirk Nowitzki, as he put up nearly 20 points on a nightly basis. The third rotation player and the final spot on this roster is the 6'4" combo guard, Derek Harper. Throughout the late 80s and early 90s, this guy was the Swiss Army knife of the Mavericks squad, as he was a massive contributor in many aspects. In 1991, he averaged about 20 points and 7 assists on 47% shooting. He also made 2 all-defense teams, which will be extremely valuable to this squad, especially on the perimeter. So here's a final look at the complete roster of this Ultimate Mavericks team. This roster will have a very unique style of play. This may just be the most jump shooting Ultimate team of the entire series so far, but it's also worth mentioning that outside of the centers, Derek Harper and Jason Kidd, this squad may just be the greatest example of the term, if you live by the 3, you die by the 3. Do you think this Mavericks team will make the ultimate playoffs in the Western Conference? Let me know your opinion. Also, here's my list of honorable mentions. Should any of these players have made the roster instead? The starting point guard is the all-time great Jason Kidd. Simply put, he's one of the greatest passers in basketball history, as his ability to facilitate was why the Nets made it to the NBA Finals twice in the 2000s. Beyond that, Kidd was also an elite defensive point guard, as he made a remarkable 9 all-defense teams in his NBA career. He led the league in assists per game 4 times, including the 03 season, where he averaged 19 points, 9 assists, 6 rebounds, and 2 steals. With the incredible superstars in this starting lineup, Kidd will be providing plenty of highlight connections. The starting shooting guard is half man, half amazing Vince Carter. Obviously, he's known most for his time in Toronto, but Carter was still an elite player in New Jersey, especially in his first year with the team. In 2005, with the Nets, Carter averaged 27 points, 6 rebounds, and 5 assists on 46% shooting and a lethal 42.5% from three-point range. With his tremendously deep bag, he'll be a threat in transition, in the mid-range, and on the perimeter. Starting at small forward is none other than Dr. J, Julius Erving. In his 3 years with the New York Nets, Erving led the ABA in scoring twice, getting as high as 29.3 points per game in 1976. He was also a dominant rebounder and shot blocker in his youth, putting up some insane stat lines. He was simply one of the most athletically gifted players in NBA history. Just imagine a young Jason Kidd, Vince Carter, and Julius Erving running the fast break. And what you have is a recipe for a nightmare for opposing defenses. Starting at power forward is the 7-foot assassin Kevin Durant. KD will operate as a mid-range and three-point specialist, and with the amount of space created by his star teammates, along with his all-time great point guard, he'll have plenty of wide-open looks from deep. In 2022, KD averaged about 30 points, 7 rebounds, and 6 assists, while having incredible efficiency splits. Starting at center is the 7-1 All-Star Brook Lopez. What the younger viewers need to understand is that Brook Lopez with the Nets was nowhere close to being the same player that he is today. In New Jersey and Brooklyn, Lopez was not a face-up three-point shooter, but rather he was a more traditional center who went to work with his back to the basket. For a while in the early 2010s, he was genuinely in the conversation with Dwight Howard for the title of the best center in the game. Between 2010 and 2017, he averaged about 20 points and 7 rebounds on 50% shooting from the field. Now on to the second unit. The backup point guard is the elite dual threat Deron Williams. You can argue that his best was his time in Utah, but without question, he was still a threat in his first couple of seasons with the Nets. In 2012, he averaged 21 points, 9 assists, and 3 rebounds on 41% shooting from the field. If a floor general with a more scoring mindset is ever what's needed, then Williams will make a solid sub for Kidd. The backup shooting guard is the 1990 sharpshooter Dražen Petrović. As a skilled European player with tremendous range, he was way ahead of his time. He's often described by his peers from that era as one of the greatest shooters in NBA history. It makes sense considering how he averaged as high as 22 points per game in New Jersey, while shooting 52% from the field and 45% from three-point range. Due to his tragic and abrupt passing in a car accident, we never got the chance to see the very best of Petrović. But regardless, what we did see was pretty darn good as well. The backup small forward is the ABA superstar Rick Barry. Having this man come off the bench seems pretty wrong, but that just goes to show how strong the starting unit is. Barry was ahead of his time as he was a dominant scorer with a deadly pull-up jumper. In 1972, with the New York Nets, he averaged 31 points, 7 rebounds, and 4 assists on 46% shooting. Coming off the bench, he'll be an all-time great spark plug, tearing up opposing defenders of the second unit. The backup power forward is the dynamic athlete Kenyon Martin. This 6'9" high flyer was one of the most reoccurring recipients off of Jason Kidd's playmaking, and he was actually an all-star in 2004 as he averaged roughly 17 points, 9 rebounds, and 1.3 blocks on 49% shooting from the field. In the instances where Kevin Durant will need a rest, Martin will provide a much meaner and more traditional approach. The backup center is the 6'10" beast Derek Holtman. Technically, he played more of his career at the 4 spot than at the 5, but he'll fit in well at the center for this second unit. He was an all-star in 1994, and that year he put up a stat line of 20 points, 11 rebounds, and 2 blocks on 45% shooting. Now on to the 3 rotation players. The first player is the 6'7" small forward Bernard King. He only spent his first couple of seasons in New Jersey, but regardless, he had an immediate impact and produced one of the strongest rookie seasons in NBA history, as he averaged 24 points, 9 rebounds, and 1.5 steals on 48% shooting. With his power and determination in transition, along with his skill in his mid-range game, he'll be a sure thing off the bench. The second rotation player is the 6'7" star Richard Jefferson. He was a fantastic above-the-rim athlete who was quite the teammate to Jason Kidd in the mid-2000s. As a reliable slasher in 2006, he averaged nearly 20 points, 7 rebounds, and 4 assists while hitting 49% of his shots. With his energy and athleticism, he'll be a terrific sub to take the momentum. The third rotation spot, and the final spot on this roster, goes to the do-it-all combo guard Michael Ray Richardson. With New Jersey in 1985, he was an NBA All-Star, and he was a tremendous performer on both ends of the court. That season, he averaged 20 points, 8 assists, and a league-leading 3 steals on 47% shooting. So here's a final look at the complete roster of this Ultimate Nets team. I must say, this team has no shortage of offensive weapons, and they will be a handful on the fast break with plenty of highlight slams on a nightly basis. If there's one area where they're relatively weak, it's probably in the paint. But with their terrific playmaking, with their elite shooting, and with their elite slashing, many nights they won't need to win the battle of the points in the paint. Do you think this Nets team will make the ultimate playoffs in the Eastern Conference? Let me know your opinion. Also, here's my list of honorable mentions. Should any of these players have made the roster instead? Starting at point guard is the 6'4" champion Jamal Murray. He's just now reaching his late 20s, but regardless, he's already established himself as one of the best perimeter players in franchise history, and is certainly worth the starting spot as the floor general. In the regular season, Murray is a solid and reliable option, but over his last 2 trips to the playoffs, he's made himself known as one of the most clutch players in the entire league, as he takes his production to another level entirely while having insane efficiency splits. With him at the helm, there's no question that this squad will be getting a big game performer when the matches matter the most. Starting as shooting guard is the 6'4" high flyer David Thompson. They used to call him Skywalker, and for obvious reasons, as he was one of the most tremendous leapers that the game has ever seen. He was so much more than just that though. Thompson was incredibly skilled and had pristine fundamentals. His offensive game was so polished that even the great Michael Jordan modeled much of his game after him. Unfortunately, his career was cut very short due to drugs and injuries, but at his very best, he was among the top scorers in the entire league. In the 1977-78 season, he averaged 27 points, 5 rebounds, and 4 assists on a stellar 52% shooting. And that season included a 73-point performance where he made 20 out of his first 21 shots. He'll be a lethal perimeter assassin for this all-time group. Starting as small forward is the 6'8" scoring champion Alex English. I'm sure most of you have heard this stat by now, but in the duration of the 1980s decade, no player scored more total points than this guy, Alex English. He was a smooth and methodical player who did the vast majority of his damage in the mid-range. On top of his craftiness, he was a lengthy player, with an extremely high release point on his jump shot, which made him darn near impossible to block. At his best in 1986, he averaged about 30 points, 5 rebounds, and 4 assists on better than 50% shooting from the field. Starting at power forward is the all-time great post player Carmelo Anthony. I know, he spent basically all of his time in Denver playing at the 3. But unless I moved him out of his traditional position, I was gonna have to send either a prime David Thompson, Alex English, or Carmelo Anthony to the bench, and I wasn't willing to do that. So the 4 spot it is. As a 6'7" post scorer who had more strength and weight than most players at his height, Melo can certainly hold his own in the post as a power forward. but he can also stretch the floor with his solid three-point shooting. He'll also be a deadly go-to option in fourth quarters, as he was one of the most clutch shot makers during his peak. In the 06-07 season, he put up averages of 29 points, 6 rebounds, and 4 assists, while making roughly 48% of his shots. The starting center is the greatest player in franchise history, Nikola Jokic. It's already scary enough to have this many weapons in the starting lineup, but then you consider how Jokic will be making plays for those fellow weapons, and it will be a nightmare for opposing defenses. Unless you never pay attention to modern basketball, you know what you're getting from the Joker. An MVP candidate, a triple-double machine, an efficient shooter from everywhere on the court, and one of the greatest passers in basketball history regardless of position. In the 22-23 season, he put up some of the most broken numbers we've ever seen, as he darn near averaged a triple-double while hitting a mind-blowing 63% of his shots. Now onto the second unit. The backup point guard is the one they call Mr. Big Shot, Chauncey Billups. As a former Finals MVP winner, this man took over the floor general duties and helped transform Denver into a legitimate title contender in 2009. Not only was he a perennial all-star, but he was also an NBA all-defender. He had an extremely high offensive IQ, which kept his turnovers per game average extremely low. He was also one of the best three-point shooters and best free throw shooters in the league. Coming in as the point for the second unit, he'll ensure that the second group runs like a veteran, well-oiled machine. The backup shooting guard is the answer, Allen Iverson. Of course, his best years were in Philadelphia, where he was an MVP winner. But with that being said, I think people forget how good he still was in Denver. For one, he enjoyed some of the most efficient seasons of his career in Denver, which was thanks to the fact that he finally had some solid offensive support to help draw the defensive attention. And he'll have an even greater supporting cast on this all-time team. In the 07-08 season, he averaged 26 points, 7 assists, and 2 steals on 46% shooting from the field. He'll basically guarantee that the second unit will never struggle to produce points. The backup small forward is the 6'8" bucket getter Kiki Vanderway. He developed into one of the best scorers for the team in the 1980s, as he had a lethal jump shot and was crafty at getting good looks around the rim. He's continuing the theme of this roster so far, which is insanely high-powered offense. At his very best in 1984, he was putting up numbers of 29 points, 5 rebounds, and 3 assists on a remarkable 55.8% shooting. Averaging 29 points on roughly 56% would be incredible for a center, but for a forward, that's basically unheard of. Like many players on this team, his defense was suspect, but there's no doubt that he'll be a tremendous boost of scoring off the bench. The backup power forward is the 6'9" Hall of Famer Dan Issel. Issel was great with his back to the basket, as his fundamentally smooth jumper made him a top-tier scorer. That jumper was solid as far as 20 feet out. He played with consistent energy and effort and was almost always one of the first guys to the rim in transition. In the ABA in 1976, he averaged 23 points and 11 rebounds while hitting 51% of his shots, and while playing all 84 games that year. He was nicknamed Horse, and that was certainly fitting, as this guy was an absolute workhorse in his early years. The backup center is one of the greatest rim protectors of all time, Dikembe Mutombo. This 7'2" mountain was famous for his consistent denials at the basket, which led him to win 4 Defensive Player of the Year honors, which is tied for the most in NBA history. Although he's eligible for several Ultimate Teams, his very best was in Denver. In 1996, at the age of 29, he averaged 11 points, 12 rebounds, and a whopping 4.5 blocks, which was his 3rd straight season where he led the league in blocks per game. If Nikola Jokic is ever getting exploited for his defensive shortcomings, then Mount Mutombo will make a fantastic substitution. Now onto the 3 rotation players. The first is the 6'3" combo guard Lafayette Lever, more commonly referred to as Fat Lever. Alongside of Alex English, Lever was one of the better weapons of the Nuggets on the 1980s, as he was a solid two-way threat, and during his prime, he was usually among the league leaders in steals per game. He did a little bit of everything for that team, as he was a consistent triple-double threat at a time where that was much more rare. At his best in 1988, he averaged 19 points, 8 rebounds, 8 assists, and 2.7 steals, while earning an all-defense team selection. Even though this roster is jam-packed with amazing guards, Lever will be getting his fair share of minutes. The second rotation player is an all-time great shot blocker, Marcus Camby. Behind Jokic and Mutombo, Camby may have a hard time getting a significant amount of minutes, but at the very least, he'll be sure to do his job of clamping down the painted area while he's there. From 2006 to 2008, Camby was an absolute force, as he was a consistent DPOY contender. In that 3-season span, he averaged about 11 points, 12 rebounds, and 3.4 blocks, leading the league in blocked shots in each of those 3 years. The third rotation player and the final spot on this roster goes to the 6'9" power forward Bobby Jones. This man is famous for his defensive contribution to the 1983 76ers, who won the championship and are remembered as one of the greatest teams of all time. But if we're being honest, he was at his best as a Nugget. The man was known as the Secretary of Defense, and for good reason, as he was a lockdown defender who played with hustle and tenacity on every single night. In 1977, he put up a stat line of 15 points, 8 rebounds, 2 steals, and 2 blocks, on a tremendous 57% shooting from the field. So here's a final look at the complete roster of this Ultimate Nuggets team. I gotta admit, these guys turned out way better than I thought they would. The starting 5 is insanely overpowered offensively, but admittedly, there's a lot of major holes in that starting defense. Fortunately, the roster rounds out with not just some great defenders, but some of the greatest defensive players of all time, like Dikembe Mutombo, Marcus Camby, and Bobby Jones. For me, this is definitely a dark horse team to pay attention to in the Western Conference. Do you think this Nuggets team will make the ultimate playoffs in the Western Conference? Let me know your opinion. Also, here's my list of honorable mentions. Should any of these players have made the roster instead? Starting at point guard is the talented 6'5" athlete Tyrese Halliburton. He's still in his early 20s, but regardless, this young man has quickly developed into one of the best facilitators of modern history. Not only is he terrific at finding good opportunities for his teammates, but when he's called upon to score on his own, he's extremely efficient at doing so. In the 22-23 season, he put up solid averages of 21 points, 10 assists, and 4 rebounds on tremendous efficiency splits. He's also shown that he can raise his game when the stakes are higher, as he put up fantastic numbers during the NBA's first in-season tournament. This ultimate group will be in great hands when this young playmaker is running the floor. Starting as shooting guard is the perimeter assassin, Reggie Miller. Not only was he one of the greatest three-point shooters of all time, but Miller was also one of the most clutch players from his era, as he would regularly hit game-winning jumpers, and oftentimes it happened in the playoffs. He's a wonderful teammate offensively, as he draws the defense's attention with his constant off-ball movement, in combination with how dangerous he is from deep. And that way, he was really the prototype to Steph Curry, in the sense that you could never give him space, and you always had to keep an eye on him coming off of screens. At his best in 1990, he averaged about 25 points per game on deadly efficiency splits. He was also a monster in the 1995 playoffs, which is where many of his iconic plays occurred. Starting a small forward is one of the great wings of Pacers history, Paul George. You all know this guy. In his earlier years in Indiana, he was tremendously athletic, very talented, and had a bag full of skills. Specifically, in the 16-17 season at the age of 26, he led his Pacers to the playoffs while putting up about 24 points, nearly 7 rebounds, and 3 assists with exceptional efficiency splits. With Tyrese making plays for him, and with Reggie drawing much of the perimeter attention, I imagine that PG-13 will enjoy some of the most open looks he's ever had in his career, which should translate to some of his best percentages as well. Starting at power forward is the 6'8" Hall of Famer George McGinnis. At his peak in the ABA, George was one of the most capable scorers and rebounders in the entire league. For a guy his size, he had a solid combination of strength and quickness. He had the talent and the frame to play a finesse style of basketball, or a physical one if it was needed. Many of his points were scored as he glided to the basket, but he also had a unique, yet lethal, one-handed jump shot. He led his Pacers all the way to the ABA Finals in 1975, and he was doing just about everything for that team. In that regular season, he put up monstrous numbers, averaging a league-leading 30 points, 14 rebounds, 6 assists, and 2.6 steals on 45% shooting. Amazingly, he took nearly all of those averages up in the 1975 playoffs. Without question, he was a big game performer, and he'll do well for this group. Starting at center is yet another old-school Hall of Famer, Mel Daniels. This 6'9" star played a very physical and aggressive style of basketball in the paint, as he basically never saw a rebound opportunity or a loose ball that he didn't think was his. Beyond that, he had a soft release on his pull-up mid-range jumper, which meant that he had various methods of attacking the defense. He led the ABA in rebounding 3 times in his career, and specifically in the 1971 season, he averaged 21 points and 18 rebounds while shooting 51% from the field. He'll be sure to provide plenty of second chance opportunities for his superstar teammates. Now on to the second unit. The backup point guard is the 3-time ABA champion, Freddie Lewis. This 6-foot point guard was extremely shifty, and with his unpredictable change of pace moves, he was extremely tough to defend. In his arsenal, Freddie had a quality pull-up jumper that he loved to shoot in transition, even from 3-point range. He was definitely a shoot-first guard, and in 1969, he averaged roughly 20 points, 5 rebounds, and 4 assists on 44% shooting from the field. He'll be a solid offensive spark plug for this team off the bench. The backup shooting guard is the 6'3" All-Star Victor Oladipo. His peak was short-lived in the NBA, and because of that, I think many people have forgotten just how good of a player he was in that brief prime. He was a crafty player who was great at finishing around the rim with his fantastic layup package. But then again, he also had the elevation to straight up leap and slam over the opposing center. He was also a solid two-way player in Indiana, and no season sums that up better than in 2018. That year, he averaged about 23 points, 5 rebounds, 4 assists, and a league-leading 2.4 steals per game, all while hitting nearly 48% of his shots. For a variety of reasons, he'll be an amazing substitution. The backup small forward is the 6'9" weapon, Danny Granger. For a short period of time in the late 2000s, this guy looked like he was on his way to becoming one of the best wing players in the league. He had tremendous length, plenty of ball handling skills, and was a solid 3-point shooter. With his frame and abilities, he was reminiscent of a young Tracy McGrady. In the 08-09 season, he was an NBA All-Star and won the Most Improved Player award as he averaged about